Welcome, we're ready to roll here, so we're just a little bit late, and I apologize for that. We just had a technical snafu. We're getting through it, so actually overall, we've done pretty good moving into the new buildings, so. We're gonna bring to order Tuesday, December 16th, 2025, commission meeting, and with a roll call and determination. Everybody's here, so we'll start out with a moment of silence and reflection, and we'll move from there. Does everybody just have a moment of silence for all of the people in our community here that have, we've had some tragedies over the last couple of days here and some incidents with some young people that we hope we can bring them around sometime. So we'll have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So thank you. Pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we have a few people on Zoom today too, so I'm not sure if they're wanting to speak. Joan, do you know, or Kenner, do you know if they wanted to speak at some time? Public comment or anything like that, so. Okay. Okay, we'll start with, number 5, review and approve the agenda.
Second.
I have a motion from Durr and a second by Drew to approve the agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. We're going to move on to the consent agenda item. The Board of Commissioners uses the consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and a vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda contains the following items, so A through E. So if we have a motion on that, or does anybody want to remove any of items 6A through E? I do have a speaker request form on 6E, so we will remove item 6E.
Motion to approve A through D on the consent agenda.
Motion from Hadcock. Second from Ross Connect. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion, opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Item 6E, personnel actions. We'll go to James Bilato. You had 6E on your list here. You want to come to the, and we're going to make, we have a lot of people speaking today, so just try to hold the 3 minutes. We don't have a timer with us, so I'll try to use my watch or just.
We should have a timer.
We do have one? Okay. Perfect. So, James, go ahead and.
And I'm glad you're bringing up personnel actions in HR. Because, let's be honest, you need to investigate and terminate some of your staff and have the House and a higher law enforcement agency look at some of the elected officials who have committed felonies. I'm not talking about failing to traffic signal. I'm talking about witness tampering, which is a 10-year felony, conspiracy, which is another 5, perjury in writing, concealing evidence, hiding evidence, witness tampering. The list goes on and on. And these don't affect just myself, but dozens of members of the community, where it seems like certain elected officials are protecting their friends. And we'll talk about that a little bit later under individual reports. But when you report crimes of this kind of veracity with physical written evidence of the crime, and then the powers that be have you arrested for trespassing on a public sidewalk, I can't help but wonder, is this retaliation? You won't go after a 10-year felony for witness tampering, but you're going to arrest somebody for trespassing on a city public sidewalk for reporting it. So I'll be writing a list under some of these other actions today of employees, staff, and elected officials that need to be held to an account as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Bialotti. Any comments from the commission? I'll get a motion.
No motion on, Motion to approve item E.
Second.
Have a motion from Hadcock, second by Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Move on to item 7. Speaker request form is required. There's a 3-minute time limit. This is public comment, and I do have some public comment. Cindy Cook, you're first on the list here. Go ahead and come to the podium and just tell you who you are, and go ahead. We'll give you 3 minutes for public comment.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Cindy Cook, Rapid City. I wanted to give you an update on where the citizens are with the plan to take our elections back. A month ago, I attended another hand count expo along with 80 to 100 other concerned citizens. People came from all over the state and a few from other states. So I have a certificate now that could teach anyone the gold standard, which is right here, and I want to leave a copy with all of you. It's how to run our elections fairly and secure. So I'd be happy to pass along this in a format too, in your email if you're interested. We are counting on you to lead the way, so once again, we could have confidence in our elections. I'm sure you've seen the news on the Venezuelan involvement in our elections, and if you would like to learn more about how our elections have been stolen, I have this book that was just released called Stolen Elections. I would highly recommend reading this so you would understand the history of how this all happened. And I would be happy to loan it to any of you if you're interested. The team that investigated the stolen elections over the last 4 years have the documents, the witnesses, and even the source code to prove that our elections have been stolen. It really is quite compelling. At the beginning of the book, Tulsi Gabbard, which she makes a comment right here that we have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast. Compelling. So let me know if you want that. The president also just announced that we have the evidence of rigged elections, and it will be coming out, information will be coming out by the truckloads. So we better ask ourselves, who's trying to hide the evidence, put gag orders out, stop citizens from petitioning their governments? Not only who, but why? I wanted, before I leave today, I wanted to give you a compliment to all of you because I watched the last commission meeting and saw that you interacted with the 4 FFA kids. And they had a great presentation on property rights and urban development. This is who we're fighting for. Our future in this country relies on elections that are not an illusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Cindy.
And would you like this?
Yeah, if you want to drop it off to Kenner over there, or you can actually email them to us, Cindy. You have all, yeah.
Give it right here?
Yeah.
Anybody want to read this? It's my copy, but I'd be happy to loan it if you want to read it.
I'll read it.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it over here also,
All right.
and my phone number's in here so I can get it back.
All right, thanks.
Okay,
Jerry's pretty good at giving things back.
thank you.
So, well, next up is Dale Bussey. Dale, if you just come forward and then give your name for the record, and then
Yes. My name is Dale Boos from Rapid City, and I was here a while back and actually testified when you guys had us on the agenda. And I tell you what, it just kind of concerned me. I was so happy that you guys put us on the agenda because it made us feel that you were concerned about the citizens and that you wanted to represent the citizens. But after the agenda, it seemed like there was 5 different people up here. You guys acted way different. Like you got a gag order put on you or something like that. I don't know, it was just concerning. I just wanted to let you know that that didn't go unnoticed. Anyway, what Cindy said about Venezuela is true. Venezuela actually developed those machines using Chinese software through Smartmatic. And what Venezuela found out was that by using these machines, whether you vote on them or whether you count ballots with these electronic machines, they found out that they could keep a corrupt government in power. And once they found that out, they have sold this concept to 72 other countries. We're one of them. And so, anyway, I too went to the Hand Count Expo and am certified to train people how to hand count. And if you and I was to sit down, anyone, over a cup of coffee, you wouldn't be able to finish your cup of coffee, and I would already explain how to do it. That's how simple it is. Now you would think by going electronic, that would simplify things, but it's actually complicated everything in our elections. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of bring that light to you. There's going to be more things changing as we go along, and probably going to have to update you. So anyway, I appreciate what you guys have done in the past. I'd like to keep a good, open relationship. So you guys have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mr. Dale, and you have a Merry Christmas too, and you're invited back anytime you'd like to come back. So, any other items that people want to speak on that are not on the agenda? I believe the library funding's on the agenda, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Planning Commission's on the agenda, so I guess that's it, so we'll move on.
Ron, you got Bialotta that wants to speak again?
Oh, on just public comment? Oh, did I miss? That's right. I got you. Come on up, James. Sorry. We talked about that before we started. I told you I'd forget, and I did.
All right, thank you. So the state's attorney's office is not on today's agenda. That's likely because she's subpoenaed in a federal court case today to tell about how the records are maintained in her office. And I think she's going to have a hard problem with that. Just this year, we found out and got written proof that she failed to turn over discovery in court cases until a year after trial. Some of this evidence was damning. It had impeachment evidence that witnesses did not recall the incident whatsoever or were even there at the incident, but they were called to testify anyway. What makes the matter worse is the email chains that followed actually outlined how the state's attorney's office conspired to then witness tamper witnesses who weren't there and did not remember the incident by sending them police reports of other people. This violated court orders of sequestration, commonly referred to as not allowing witnesses to speak to each other. So they're in violation of court orders, violation of witness tampering, a 10-year felony, conspiring to do it. And then when we report this, everybody told me I was wrong. But guess what? On December 3rd, Marty Jackley, our Attorney General, had to capitulate and admit the fact that the state of South Dakota and many of its offices, including Pennington County, Rapid City, were not in compliance with the Brady and Giglio rule for turning over evidence. But Marty Jackley screwed up, and he put Laura Rutzel on the commission to fix her mistakes. Laura Rutzel doesn't have the integrity or honesty to run a school book fair. I would not let her practice law. If somebody hides the fact that they're going to conspire to witness tamper and keep it from the evidence, that's called racketeering. And Jackley is already being sued for that as we speak, for another case where they framed somebody for a fake DUI where somebody blew triple zeros and passed the drug test. And they prosecuted him anyway. And he won. But at what point do you hold the state accountable for going after its political opponents? We're done. We've reported these crimes, and no one's doing anything about it. This is the definition of tyranny, where people are in fear of their government for doing nothing wrong. And it's got to end, and it's got to end now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. James. We'll move on to item 8. Item 8, items from the auditor. This is liquor renewal items. James, you have a speaker request form on this item?
Yes, just for the auditor's office as a whole.
Okay.
And then when it comes up there, can you throw the attachments?
Because I don't have an auditor's report today. So we have a new auditor. I have no bias against this person. I've only met her once. And she was forthcoming with some information, so I can't hold that against her. So right now, in public comment, we're talking about election fraud.
Can you click on the documented?
And they were able to confirm in the auditor's office that there is election fraud going on as we speak. You might remember Julie Pearson, the former county auditor from Pennington County, moved to Maricopa County, Arizona. What I'm sure the county and the board doesn't know is that Julie Pearson has been voting by mail for the last 6 years by registering an address that does not appear to be hers in the area, but has all her ballots mailed to her in Arizona, to which she has voted in every general and primary election since the general election of 2018. This is ridiculous. This is the voter fraud I called out in 2018, along with all the voters registered to vote at Walmart, which still continues to this day. Although the list appears to be trimmed for the North Side Walmart, where there's only 19 people registered to vote there, the auditor's office confirmed 18 of them are active voters. They're actually voting. And I haven't started checking the realtors or the other Walmarts or businesses in the area that were targeted before. But this type of systematic voter fraud needs to stop now. If we allow a former auditor to get away with this election fraud and voter fraud, we are the dumbest people ever. It should not happen. It cannot happen.
So you can still see it.
Okay.
I know the sheriff's in the back of the room. Maybe he wants to do something about this. I'm not even going to look at his face because the answer is probably is not. So who's going to? The people. I plan on calling Arizona. She has it listed as her residence in Arizona for tax purposes as her primary and residential status, giving her a tax break. Well, you can't be a primary resident of Arizona and also vote in South Dakota. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James. So basically, item 8 is a couple of routine liquor license renewals. So we're going to have a motion on 8. Sabrina, you want to come up? Everybody can see you as we work you in. Sabrina's our new auditor, and so she's facing a lot of
Good
getting
morning,
things done.
Commissioners. Sabrina Green, Pennington County Auditor.
So this is a basic routine. There's no issues from the sheriff or anybody on these liquor licenses or from the auditor's office.
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and make the motion, move to approve the renewal of the following retail on-off sale wine and cider licenses and release the licenses upon payment of appropriate property taxes. Mexico Tepico, located at 23021 High Stiga Road, Rapid City, South Dakota, 57702.
Second.
I have a motion from Roskinek, second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. B, is that both of those, or we just do one at a time? So we'll go to B. Sunday, oh, this is for Sunday sales, okay. B is, right. We got a motion on B?
Item B is recommend motion to move to approve the renewal of retail on-sale liquor license with Sunday sales for Mexico Tepico and release the licenses upon payment of appropriate property taxes.
Well, I'll second that. So we have a motion from Hadcock, second by Wyffenbach. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We'll move on to item number 9, which is items from the sheriff. You know, we have a speaker request form on this one. James, this is item 9. That's the last one you have on here. So James, if you want to come forward and then.
Yeah, this will be generally on the sheriff's office as a whole, and I'm questioning their safety greeter volunteer position. We're going to be vetting people for volunteer positions. I don't think our sheriff's the guy to do it. The sheriff has been failing to stop crime and favoritism to his friends. That's racketeering. And I can prove this because we submitted written reports, which I broadcast live, so everybody would know that I called these people out. He's protecting his friends.
Throw that screen.
He's protecting the blue line, including former officers that committed written perjury. And when I say we can't trust the sheriff's decisions, denying concealed carry permits to a gun shop owner has got to be the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of in my life. You're telling me a gun shop owner can't get a concealed carry permit in Pennington County? You've got to be kidding me, because it was his personal bias that made sure it happened. He also doesn't want to allow a $140 million ammunition plant to be built in Rapid City or Pennington County. How much revenue are you guys short this year? Seriously. Because how much would the property taxes from an ammunition plant, a firearms range, and a warehouse and distribution center add to your bottom line? The library would want to know. I know, they're right behind me. And we got a sheriff making personal decisions to pay to play in South Dakota. This is ridiculous. And we're talking about some of his friends. We might as well just start right in this room.
James, you need to limit it to the volunteer roles for the sheriff's office.
Sure, this is from the sheriff's office.
It's
That he's protecting his friends who sit on the planning commission
Commissioner, you need to limit
and
to what-
members of this board and not arresting them for proof of crimes committed in front of him or evidence submitted to him. We got a planning commissioner who committed written perjury,
Point of order.
We'll just
and it needs to be arrested.
finish, James, and then we'll.
Nope, you have to address the point of order, sir.
Oh.
This is about the positions would be volunteer roles for the county administration building and the justice center. Needs to stick
It's
to that.
items from the sheriff, but thank you, ma'am.
Okay, it doesn't have items from the sheriff, sir. It has.
It says items from the sheriff, action number 9.
All right, hold on here. What's the procedure for that? Do we have to vote on that?
It says items from the sheriff, but it also puts
Yeah,
under that safety greeter volunteer
I know what it
position.
says, I know what it says.
That's what we're supposed to stick to on this subject, please. If you wanted to speak, James, on that, on the public comment that was
Commissioner
allowed.
Hadcock, I got control of this, so we'll go from there.
Thank you, sir.
Just let him finish, and we got, what, another minute?
And let's be honest, Deb Hadcock's upset because I called for her arrest for violating the Constitution, which is 18 USC 242. And then the sheriff backed her up in 18 241, which is conspiracy to deprive somebody of their civil rights, including speaking at public meetings. Having somebody threaten to be arrested for speaking at a public meeting is a crime. You cannot deny somebody their freedom of petition, or their freedom of speech, or their freedom of protest. Please stop. And Sheriff,
He's over here on your left.
get out of your seat and do your job. Please. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Mr. James. Sheriff Mueller? You can sure address anything that's been said, and you do have some agenda items.
Good morning, Brian Mueller, Pennington County Sheriff. Got a couple of items before you here this morning. The first one that I'd like to propose is a safety greeter position. I know we've talked about security in our buildings in the past, and through the budget process the last couple of years, I've eliminated a couple of the armed security positions at the former administration building. But I do think that we could work together with Walter McDuff with County HR to create a safety greeter position for this building and the Justice Center once we get things moved around over there eventually. And with the commission's, I'd like you guys to participate in that process a little bit so we can figure out exactly what we want that to look like. But if the commission is amenable to that, I'd like to work with Walter and bring a job description back to the next commission meeting prior to doing any advertising. But I would propose that we would run that under the current sheriff's senior volunteer program. There would be no cost for the position. We'd probably have some minimal costs for if we want to put them in some type of identifiable uniform, polo shirt or something like that. And then I've talked also with Davis Purcell on some minor modifications to the security desk that we have at the front of this building, just to give a little bit better visibility and set up some computers and some camera access. But I just wanted to bring that forward today to start the discussion with the commission.
Chair.
Yep, Commissioner Hadcock.
So I appreciate what you're saying on I think at one time we were going to have a paid position. I'm glad that you worked out basically that these positions would be volunteer roles managed and trained collaborated by Sheriff's Office and HR. I think it's something we need, and I think the greeters also up front are always nice as well. I always liked having the Sheriff's Department up front, even with their cameras, and sometimes they'd answer questions for other people where the different offices and stuff were. I appreciate that. On the answer of being arrested for violation of Amendment 1, freedom of speech. Bottom line is, as Sheriff came in on that, because there was decorum that we have in Pennington County, and when you have that decorum and we don't mind anybody speaking here in Pennington County, that is your job as citizens to hold us accountable. But when you get out of line to the point where we don't know how and what you're talking about at that time, let alone being on the subject that we're not even talking about at that time, that's why we have an agenda. So not against people speaking out. In fact, I appreciate everybody's comments and what people are saying at all times. In fact, I meet with many people, and so does the sheriff on these issues. So thank you for what you do, Sheriff Mueller, and I appreciate your help through this position with volunteer roles for the county and the county administration building and the Justice Center. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Commissioner Drews, you have the floor.
So I think this is a great alternative to what we used to have, and I think this could prove very successful for us. So I fully support this idea.
And I would think we would work in conjunction. Obviously, if we have other items come up or things going on or events coming up, we can bolster security. We do that, situationally. But this would be kind of a first set of eyes and ears for us in these facilities. And 98% of what our staff did when we sat at that front desk was really greet people and provide directions. And I think that would be a really nice touch, especially in this building.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr, you have the floor.
Yeah, So, yeah, there were multiple discussions about this, and one of them, which you had mentioned, was we'd even looked at paying a third party outside the county to come in and provide security services, which I'm not in favor of. And I'll go ahead and age myself because this is a program that I started in the early 1990s, I think about 1994. So I'm glad that it's still going, and it's a great program full of great people. So, but yeah, it would be a benefit. And it would also be a benefit if they knew how to register vehicles in the treasurer's office and handle some of that.
Awesome. I do think when we use our other senior volunteers in different areas, they develop relationships with the people working in those areas, and there is probably some ability for them to do some clerical type work for the departments that are out here too. So they like to keep busy during the day and feel like they're providing a good benefit to our community too. So I would worked with Walter to make sure that they were really embedded to the departments and elected officials that were in this office, and they would be a resource outside of just that greeter position.
Any other comments? So do you need this to give you any direction? I think you can handle that on your own. I think we all agree that that's the route
Yeah.
to take. And
Thank you. I just wanted to have a discussion on it before Walter and I met. Probably Walter would work with Captain Chris Heislip from our office. We'll come up with a job description, and I'll bring that back to the commission to the next meeting just so we can talk through it and make sure if there's any other duties that you think could be beneficial, we can have a good discussion before we advertise it. And then we'll look at advertising that early in January, and I'd hope to have it online in February.
perfect. That'll work. And so
Thank you.
just bring it back to us and we'll make it. And that doesn't seem that crazy out of line. We maybe could work on having them learn to use the kiosk once we get it. We're working on getting the kiosk back too, so that'll be helpful. And so that item's taken care of. Okay, item B, the Humane Society contract.
All right.
Item B.
Thank you. And if I could, I'd like to invite Humane Society Executive Director Tammy Barrows up to help me with this next part.
Absolutely. Tammy, if you just state your name for the record and who you are so everybody knows you.
Tammy Barrows, Executive Director of the Humane Society.
And she does accept donations for the Humane Society, so.
Yes, I do, and volunteers.
Absolutely. Well, I feel like we've had a really productive couple of months working with Tammy and the Humane Society on this contract. And as everybody remembers, they had initially asked for $166,000. We put $137,000 in the budget for this year, and we're going to work with Tammy on a couple of things. And I feel like we've had a really good, productive meetings on a couple things that we could do to help try to raise some money offline for the Humane Society. The last commission meeting, you all voted to donate a van to them. And I'm here today in front of you to ask for a motion to sign the contract for next year at $137,000, which we have in the budget. Tammy has the contract signed from their end with us today, and I'll let her make any comments that she so chooses.
Okay, like the sheriff said, we did have a great meeting. We're going to partner up together in January and do a microchip licensing campaign, like a New Year's resolution, be a better pet parent. So that will add to our bottom line. That's something that I don't think anybody's really taken advantage of. I think we have a start of a really good working relationship. Being new in the position, I'm open to collaborating with different organizations in the community because my plan is to make the Humane Society a staple of the community and a place to gather. So,
Chair.
You want to sign?
Chair,
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
question. Tammy, do you give us quarterly reports?
I do not, but you can have one if you like.
Okay, I think that would be nice to be
Okay.
sent to us just to see how you're doing and just to see who you're serving, and be nice to come see your place, so.
Yep, welcome anytime.
Do we need to put that in the agreement to get quarterly reports, or that's just something we do?
We can just do that. We're going to get regular reports, and I'll just forward them on to the commission if you're okay with that.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Commissioner Hadcock.
I'd move to authorize the Pennington County Commission chairperson to sign the Humane Society Pennington County Animal Shelter Control Agreement so that it will be in place by January 1, 2026.
Second.
I have a motion from Drews and a second by Hadcock. And I just want to mention one thing. I was in on the conversations with Sheriff Mueller. we talked about a lot of stuff, and they went really well. The way you expect a conversation when you're negotiating a contract to go, there was room for improvement on all sides. I think that we're in a good position now, and realizing that we're extending those conversations to Box Elder, seeing the added pressure from their population out there. So I'm excited to do this. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none. Motion carries. We'll move on to item 10. Thank you, Sheriff Mueller, and then Walter, we'll get together with Sheriff Mueller. Thank you, and then we'll come up with a plan for the greeter. Appreciate that. Items from Emergency Services Communications Center 911.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Carley, Director, Emergency Services Communications Center. I'm here in front of you this morning asking for the authorization to enter into a 3-year contract with Prepared 911 for assistive call taking, assistive dispatch, and assistive quality assurance software. What that means is that, as you know, dispatching is a very complex job. The dispatchers are constantly multitasking, juggling multiple tasks at the same time. What the AI Assist does is it automatically transcribes calls, 911 calls, as the caller is speaking on the phone, and also summarizes that call. So it's a tool that the dispatchers use to process 911 calls. I want to emphasize that when someone calls 911, they're still talking to a live person, to a live dispatcher. This is just a tool that they're using to process. We've been testing this and working on this for about 18 months. We've worked with multiple different vendors. We narrowed it down to this product. We've been doing a live demo with this specific product since April of this year. We're very happy with it. It's a good tool. And what Prepared has done is as we were working on the final contract, they also included their software for the dispatch assistance, which would allow us to also have AI transcription of all of our radio traffic. Which would also be a great benefit as well. And they included that at no additional cost once we started working through. And also their quality assurance software, they included at no additional cost. We entered into a contract with a company 12 months ago for AI-assisted quality assurance, and we're going to compare the two products, and we think there's a good chance that we can move away from the contract that we entered into last year. $26,000. We'd be saving the county if we could use this bundle and move to this company's quality assurance assisted software. This was already approved as a line item in our 2026 budget, so the funding is in the budget. So I'm just asked you would move forward and allow us the authorization to actually enter into the contract.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
So Kevin, tell me how that works when they call in. How's the AI work with your dispatch? Tell us kind of the process.
The dispatcher, there's a screen on the computer. As soon as the caller starts talking, it automatically starts to transcribe what the caller is saying and what the dispatcher is saying. So if the dispatcher gets distracted by having to answer radio traffic or perform another or type into a call for service, they can refer back. They don't miss anything that the caller is saying. It also automatically summarizes everything that the caller is saying. So we have a summary on the right side of the screen, and it will alert the dispatcher to key things they should be looking for while the caller is talking in the call. That helps them process that call faster.
Thank you, Kevin. I know I've heard it before, but I think the public needed to hear that, how efficient it becomes and effective for our callers for the future of what's going on in 911. So I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews, you have the floor.
So, Kevin, the AI portion does not replace the original conversations. The original conversations are always there and taped for reference if you need it. Is that
correct? The caller is still talking to a person. We still have other systems. We have other voice recording systems, our main voice recording system, our main record system, and our computer-aided dispatch software. That is our main way of recording that information. This is just a tool that the dispatcher uses to help process those calls.
Super. Thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Durr, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to make a motion to approve a 3-year subscription service order number 1540 with Prepared Communication Service in the amount of $139,652 for year 1, $138,452 for year 2, and $138,452 for year 3.
A motion and a second. Is any more? Commissioner Hadcock, did you want to say something?
Nope, good, thank you.
Perfect, okay. So I just want to say we appreciate it. Our recorder over here was watching you very intently. So she's hoping that this works out. So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. And thank you for best-in-class services that you guys provide, so.
Thank you.
Item 11, items from commission office, and this is where we're talking about library contact. Jordan is gone for the day here. I know I got some speaker request forms on here, and I want to just give a little bit of history here because we've been in conversation with the library, and one of the things that happened with the contracts that we have throughout the county is we have lots of contracts. Obviously, you've seen a couple today with the other libraries, and they all have specifics on how you have to handle them. And this particular one required a 60-day notice prior to the end of the contract to be renegotiated. It hadn't been getting renegotiated for years, but one of the things that was really confusing is the county has no idea who's paying this levy. They have no idea who's getting a card, other than that there's certain people in certain areas that are getting the cards. But are these people paying for these contract services or not is another question that's kind of on. There was a vote taken, and in 2000 was the last time that happened. So we, in essence, went into try to renegotiate the contract, and there was some little bit of confusion along the line. I think we're getting it figured out, and at some point we are working on our side to go back to the outside community, outside of the municipality, because there's other municipalities in the infinite wisdom of the state legislators. They said, let's have a vote. So they said all these people could vote, but then they actually in the same verbiage said, if you don't want to pay it, you can opt out of it and not pay it. Well, so there's been municipalities that have been getting cards that aren't paying, and there's people that are paying that don't have cards, and it's been a very confusing thing. So we sat down with the head of the library and the finance officer and the mayor, and then they came up with a proposal which they thought was good. And I don't know if it's part of the agenda here today, but I want to read a little bit of it to you. Thank you for the constructive meeting this morning. I believe this letter is written from Dan Ainsley and CC to Jason Solomon and Rod Pettigrew and Terry Davis. Thank you for the constructive meeting this morning. I believe all sides agree that we're working together. The city and the county can achieve a greater efficiencies for taxpayers. And this is something else that the county and the city have been working on. I don't think there's ever been a better relationship with the county and the city that I know of since I've been in politics in this community since late 90s. So I have submitted a proposal. This is from Dan. I have submitted a proposal that seeks a balanced approach to streamlining library services, reducing taxpayer costs while minimizing the impact on the library users as much as possible. And they're proposing a county contribution, provide the remaining $197,000 in library funds that was collected in an escrow. And the city's going to contribute an additional $15,600 to support some specific operations and for active duty military personnel not residing in the city. And we're still working that out with Box Elder because a lot of the people live in Box Elder, and so we're working with Box Elder too to try to find out at what level they're not providing a library, but they're also not paying in to the levy, but they're getting cards. So we're trying to figure that out. They talk about Sunday closures beginning January 4th. The library will be closed to public on Sundays to facilitate this change. The library will limit 3 FTE, database investment to reduce investment in various databases by $50,000, ensuring the most used databases remaining available. Wi-Fi checkout services, these are things that they're proposing. So the county, though they have a spot on the board, does not have a voting position, so they cannot dictate anything to the library and how or what services they provide. So, and I'm sharing this with I think you guys have seen this letter too. I believe this compromise, this is from Dan, I believe this compromise provides the best possible win-win outcome for taxpayers and library users in 2026. And that gives the county the opportunity in 2026 to go back to the table and find out how this really should be working. You know, are we paying a fair share? What should it be? And do the taxpayers want to pay it? Because they're actually, the library levy is not a general fund item from the county. It's a levy that's set by the library for anything outside of the municipalities. So then we have to find out which municipalities want to also engage in library use too. Because if you vote yes and then all of a sudden you opt out, you leave everybody else holding a bag. So it's something that we hope to accomplish with our working through it with the city and our auditor. So if you have any questions, please contact me. Thank you, Dan. So I wanted to read that to everybody so they know that what has all been going on with it, because what you hear and see on Facebook or whatever is only one side of the issue. And so, but with that being said, I have some speaker request forms on the library contract, but I wanted to get that out there so people knew this is not just it is an ongoing thing.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Roskinek.
so your discussion just now was relative just to the Rapid City Library.
Just to the Rapid City Library only. So the other libraries' contracts have been worked out, correct? I mean, we
It's
sent,
my understanding, yes.
yeah, we sent liaisons from the county commission.
Bill Wall, Keystone, and Hill
Wall,
City.
Keystone and Hill City.
Oh, good.
And so they were all worked out. So if those people are in
We
here, I think the question.
Do have folks in the audience, once you get done with the speaker requests, that might want to speak on behalf of Hill City.
Perfect, thank you. So you want me to, anybody else have something to say? Well, we can go to the speaker requests and then we can, so Lee Strubringer, are you here, Lee? If you, when you come forward, Lee, if you just give us your name and then you can go ahead and speak. We'll give you 3 minutes, Lee.
Yeah, sure. Again, it's Lee Strubinger, and I'm the Reporting and Research Director with the John T. Vakurovich Foundation. I also live in District 3. I'm a homeowner there. I first just want to thank you all for your continued partnership with the foundation and other areas of the county. So outside of John Vakurovich's office at the corner of 7th and Quincy was the United Corporation building, and he saw a familiar scene of families walking in and out of the library with arms full of books. They would go in, they'd go out, they'd have 5 or 6 books with them at a time. And seeing this over and over again inspired John to give $100,000 to the library expansion in the early 2000s. He remarked at the time what a wonderful thing this is and what better thing for people to be doing with their time than reading. We think this cut affects all of us, especially the working families in Rapid City, who lose about 50% of available library time on the weekends if some of the proposed cuts go through. I also work full-time and utilize the library on the weekends, and the last time I was there, I saw a junior high schooler who was running back and forth from the catalog and books on the shelves, and it just reminded me of when I was younger. We are sympathetic to the effort to provide savings, especially for our low and fixed income neighbors in and around the area. You know, the average Pennington County household paid $43.86 to the Rapid City Public Library this year. That'll dip down to about $10.77, basically a savings of about $2.75 a month. The Rapid City Library is about more than just books. It's a resource that helps our community learn and grow. Earlier this month, we gathered stakeholders who are involved in addressing youth mental health and addiction services. And one of the things that we heard during that meeting was to help kids with their schooling, the Rapid City Public Library should be extending their hours so that kids have a calm place to work on their homework and to work on group projects. Our concern ultimately is that the efficacy of prevention strategies is reduced when we cut services to things like the library. So much like John's donation to help fund expansion in the early 2000s, we would encourage the collaborative contract process to continue to help keep the Rapid City Library, Public Library, strong into the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Sybil Hanson, are you? Come forward and give us your name, and you get 3 minutes. Tell us how you feel or whatever's on your mind. Thank you.
Good morning, Sibylla Hansen, Rapid City. I'm also here to speak in favor of supporting and keeping the full funding of the library intact. I'm a volunteer at the library and have been working there for over 12 years. I work on Sundays. One of the days that I work is on Sundays. I see how many families use the space And that is oftentimes the only day that they can access the library. I think it's one of the few public places where the entire community can come together. I see knitting clubs, book clubs. This is where everybody gathers. I know it's been mentioned that maybe non-county residents should be paying or denied access to come in. I see Dusty Johnson using the library between events. Are we going to deny him access? He's not a county resident. I just think it's such an important place, and we need to, the small amount of savings that we're getting is not worth of what it costs the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lynn, or Ms. Sybil, I'm sorry. And now we have Erica. Hi, Erica. If you pronounce your last name, I'd appreciate it, because I didn't want to.
Hello, I'm Erica Haugtvedt.
Okay.
I'm a citizen of Rapid City. I'm also a professor of English at South Dakota Mines and was recently appointed for next year, starting the Library Board of Trustees at Rapid City Public Library. Most importantly, I'm a mother of a 7-year-old and a 3-year-old, and we go to the library weekly on Sundays. So this is directly affecting our routine, which my kids love. They look forward to that all the time. I deeply believe in information literacy. That is my career. That is one of my main goals as an educator. And I believe that we're in a crisis in our country right now about access to information, and that the library stands for access to all information for all people. It affects homeschoolers. It affects the poor. It affects the rich. My family makes good money, but we go to the library and we get tens of books every week. I couldn't be affording all those books, even if I bought them used, all the shipping and all that kind of stuff. The library opens up the world to my kids. You know, we don't have the room for all the clutter either. So the fact that we're able to get the books from the library, take them home for a week, read them and return them, it's a great routine for families of all types. And we need information literacy in this country. And the library provides access to all information, and we need people to have access to all information so that they can judge credibility outside of their own bubble, that they can get easy access to all the information. And the library is not just providing books, it's providing the internet, computers, video game consoles, board games, all sorts of things. The library is a thriving, modern institution. I think that we get confused when we think that the library is somehow old-fashioned. And most of all, I want to emphasize, as other people have emphasized, libraries are budget-friendly for citizens.
Excuse me one second.
Libraries are budget-friendly for citizens.
We're getting an echo, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hello. Thank you, there you go.
And, there's a non-resident card option at the Rapid City Library. You could pay $120 as a non-resident and get access to the materials. Even that's a deal. But having some kind of support of the library, we're seeing the Pennington County contract even going down, not as far as it was first proposed. We're getting cuts in services. These are affecting everyone in our community. And as Lee Strubinger said, working families, this especially affects working families. That's cutting out 50% of the time that I'm able to go to the library with my children, Saturdays or Sundays. Now I can't go on Sundays starting in January. I think that as a society, civilization builds resources together, and something like a library collection, it really can't be beat. Even if you're really into books, CDs, movies yourself, there's just no way that I would be able to rival the access that my children get through a library. And I believe that our citizens here in Rapid City and in Pennington County especially, we should all be supporting our wonderful library. It's the second biggest library in South Dakota. And we need to strengthen our resources, not cut them, and cut access to not only the library being open, but programs and databases that we currently have. Why are we weakening this resource that is critical to thriving in a modern society. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I have a rebuttal?
Yeah,
I think what we're trying to do now is we're trying to figure out what services the county is getting for what cost to the taxpayers. The only problem is we should have probably done this prior to the budget instead of after the budget, so.
I just
we're
want
trying to get
to
it worked out.
reiterate that we want more, as much, I understand that budgets are tight and we need to think about, you know, juice for the squeeze and all that sort of stuff. But that this is a wonderful resource that I believe our citizens benefit greatly from.
Well, I won't disagree. I mean, right after we did the budget, I went and visited the Rapid City Library with Terry. We went from one end to the other, up and down, and so this is something I should have done before I voted, but we're here and we'll try to get things resolved.
Yeah, thank you.
These are for other items, right? Oh, no. Laura Armstrong, you here? You want to visit about the library? We'll get all the library ones in here so we can.
Good morning. I wasn't planning on speaking.
No,
but
that's fine. Just give us your name so for
Sure.
the record.
Laura Armstrong, resident of Rapid City. Okay. I'm here to speak about the library, and thank you for putting so much attention on this because this is very important to our community. As a mother, I first brought my kids to story time at RCPL. They basically grew up there. So they were formed at a young age knowing to be in the community and valuing literacy and books. And as we all know, the library offers much more than books. There's puzzles, there's music, there's movies, the 3D printer, there's just so many services. And I understand it's expensive to run, but it is a critical part of our community. So of course I brought my children there at a very young age. And then as they grew up, they were able to utilize the services even more. Those little red bags, that was a wonderful thing. We'd bring them home and they would have bears and puzzles and things like that. And then when they were about 3 years old, they got their first little purses. And you can't have an empty purse, of course. So one of their first forms of ID was a library card. And they loved that. And I think all of us have shared that wonderful moment, right? And as a business owner, I also use those bags as integrated into my speech pathology practice. I've helped hundreds of families that have special needs, whether it's autism or they're recovering from traumatic brain injuries. So it's not just a familial thing, it's also a business as well. It's a partnership with local businesses as well. I've taught people with different abilities how to navigate this public space, how to walk in, how to make contact, how to ask for help, how to help them become independent again. So it's not just something about reading books. This is critical. My children, when they were 12, basically them volunteering there, that was their first job. That's how they learned people skills, customer relations, how to navigate complaints, how to be responsible. And then that gave them the critical foundation for when they had their first job at Storybook Island. I was been a staunch proponent for the Rapid City Public Library. In fact, when we had more funds from COVID, we had leftover funds, I was leading the charge for that bookmobile because we know that there are people with physical limitations as well as transportation barriers. As politicians, I'm sure you also know we get bombarded with complaints about infrastructure and crime. If you want to help improve infrastructure, our library is critical infrastructure. It's social infrastructure. And that crime and the crime rate will reduce when you're doing something, when you're embracing our library. So please, thank you for all that work that you're putting into this, and please fully fund the library.
Thank you, Ms. Laura. And thank you for your, I think you volunteer on the library board, or you did, or whatever. and the Humane Society Board both, so appreciate that. And thank the other lady for doing this Sundays. That's nice. But I just want to say that the board up here, the commission, cannot do anything about what the library decides to do with their money, whatever they decide to cut or, I mean, I think there's room there, and I think that's what, after having the conversations with them, is that they're gonna look at some of these things, so you guys will have a lot of authority, no matter how this ends up, on what really happens there, so we don't have any authority on that, so. But I'm gonna leave it up to the commission here. I think the discussion is we have a contract written up, basically, we're deciding, do we change the funding that has been set now? And then, as we move forward, I think we've already kind of figured we're gonna have to go back to the table at some point and have a conversation about the levies, how the levies are gonna work in the future, you know, how if that goes into a vote in November, and make sure that we're taxing the right people for that are getting the services for it. Because like they mentioned, you know, it's crazy to me, in my opinion, is I think, you know, the city gets a ton of revenue from the people that live outside the city when it comes to sales tax revenue. When you could spend $20 million a year just to keep the Civic Center open, you should be able to spend another $400,000 to fund the library. But that's my opinion on it, and I've made that very aware to them that that's how I feel about it. And because the people outside the community, outside of Rapid City, you go to Wall, anywhere, they spend a lot of tax dollars here, and the county gives up a lot of money when they talk about one of the tax districts that they do. And the reason they do the tax districts is to create sales tax, which I'm for. I'm all for it. But then keep in mind that the county doesn't get funded when you do that, but there's still needs. Those people want to use the library. Those people want to use the sheriff's office. Those people want to use, you know, the registration's office, all those things. That we're here to work together. And I think that you'll find that this commission is committed to working together, 100%. We want to make sure we synergize and get the most amount of bang for your buck that we can out of the dollars that we're using. So that being said, like I said, I read the proposal from Dan. They're happy with this, that we had money set aside from the levy that's sitting there that we can appropriate to the library on top of the money that we did fund, and they're going to kick some in too in good faith to help alleviate some of the pain. That gives the county the time to really do what we should have been doing all along, and that's understanding how we're spending your money and where it's going and being diligent about it. So, but Commissioner Rosknecht, you have the floor, sir.
And what I was going to say is I probably got 75 emails, and I have each email is filed under that person's name, and I think there's a lot of those emails that involve folks that can truly afford the library, don't use the library, but don't mind paying the extra taxes to support the services that they do for the county. Just wanted to point that out.
No, I appreciate that. I got tons of them too, and tons of them from people that could afford to write an extra check that don't. So I've asked them to do so. But go ahead, someone down here. Commissioner Drews, you have the floor, sir.
So we're working on 2026 at this point in time. The contract itself will speak for the future as that's renegotiated, hopefully early in the course of the next year.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the commitment that we're making to them, is that we don't throw a bomb on them at the last minute, that we have something worked out like before June when they start talking about their budgets, because they're under the same constraints we are, that we have this figured out, that how we're going to go into 2027 and where that's going to be, and get it under control so we have a better handle on it. So
Sure.
That's part of it.
So I liked what Daniel Ainsley proposed. And in his proposal, I mean, he's suggesting that we contribute back essentially what we think is in the reserve fund, $197,000.
Right.
I'd like to see that increase slightly to get us back to about $320,000 for the library instead of just the $81,000. And in order to do that, we'd need to add another $42,000 to that to come out of contingency or other funds at this point in time. So that would be my suggestion.
Mr. Chair, down here. For the 197, that's an anticipated amount.
Right.
Right now, it's the fund sitting around 170 because of delinquent taxes. So it's not a guaranteed 197. If nobody went delinquent, everyone paid, it would be that 197. But I'm not sure if that's going to be the case or not.
So we're about 20 grand short so far.
Yep, and nothing in December has been tracked yet because it's not the end of the month.
So even if we did a number like 197, we'd be reaching into the general fund? Unless we just, correct? So anything over what we have right now, there's a possibility we could reach into the general fund. Okay,
So-
everybody understands that?
Yeah. Mr. Chair?
Commissioner?
So, I'm going to kind of own this library discussion. And as it went through the budget process, and I talked about it actually since January when I got on the commission, looking at the library levy and how the library levy is laid out. And so the county was funding 100% of the libraries with Hill City, Keystone, Wall, Rapid City via the library levy. And the way the levy is to be laid out is statute says if you overlay a levy, and so for this case, Rapid City is providing library services. And so right now, everybody within the municipal boundaries of Rapid City is not paying this library levy. New Underwood is not paying the library levy. They have an agreement with the school district there to provide library services to the community. Wall is providing library services, and so the citizens of Wall do not pay the library levy. Hill City provides library services. So the residents of Hill City do not pay the library levy, and the same in Keystone. And Chairman Weifenbach kind of mentioned it, and what we figured out after, the budget process and then looking at the library levy and who is paying and who is not paying, it came up that, Box Elder is not providing library services. They should actually be paying the library levy, and they're currently not doing that. So anyway, it opened up a lot of discussions, and the library levy itself was generating about $550,000 annually to be divided up between those different entities that we have agreements with: Hill City, Keystone, Wall, and Rapid City. My district is District 4, Eastern Pennington County, Rapid Valley, all the way to the county line. And I did hear a lot from my taxpayers out there that said they did not utilize the library. They did not want to pay the library levy. They would like to see it reduced or go away. And so I listened to them. And yes, I did get a lot of comments coming back in, just like Commissioner Rosknecht mentioned. The majority of the comments that I'm seeing coming in are from individuals that live within the boundaries of Rapid City. And I'm still getting, even some in my community that said, we do utilize the library. My daughter is one of them. She homeschools and utilizes the library. But anyway, I'm also heard through the budget process, from my constituents and, lower taxes, lower taxes. So the $150,000 mark to be divided up between all the entities that we contract with, that dollar amount came from me. And it was an attempt to lower the library levy and lower that burden on the people that are actually paying the levy. And as we go forward and have these discussions about how to get what the appropriate dollar amount is, the one comment I would make is the county is not providing library services to anyone. It is done by the entities that we contract with. We're a funding mechanism through the levy. And moving forward, one thing I think that has come out of this, and Commissioner Weifenbach mentioned, possibly going back to a vote that was taken, 25 years ago. The vote was to have the county, be involved in providing, ensuring that we were funding library services. And state statute says if you do that, then you do it through a contractual agreement, whatever that looks like. In the future, for discussion, and it's not going to be for 2026, the levies have already been certified and sent off to the state. And so the levy that's going to be collected out of that library levy to those entities, individuals that are paying that, property owners, is capped at $150,000. So that levy is $150,000. That's what's going to be generated for 2026 to be dispersed. The thing, I guess, that I would suggest, and I'll talk about it as we go through this process, there's nothing that requires us when we're funding the libraries through these agreements to have a library levy. And so I would actually like to see the library levy go away, that we don't have a library levy, and that we're funding the libraries basically out of the general county fund, and we're funding it through, just our general levy process. And so it would just be an incorporated levy under the incorporated expenditure that would just be in our general fund, and we would utilize the dollars that we're collecting off the county levy. Now, that county levy, we're not going to be dividing up properties and going who's in the library boundary, who's not in the library boundary. That levy would be laid across all taxpayers. And really what you're doing is, you're kind of spreading out that base and lowering that. And so if you're, taking and saying that I'm going to go back up and we're going to fund $550,000 to libraries and divide that up accordingly, that dollar amount then is going to be laid over everybody in the county. And what I heard from the majority of the people coming back is that the residents in Rapid City did not mind paying for that service. So anyway, I think maybe a cleaner way to do it moving forward would just be to do away with the library levy in totality, and that we just take that dollar amount and roll it in, because what we're talking about now is taking $150,000 that we have allocated and budgeted for and raising it up no matter what that dollar amount is. And then saying, because what it comes down to, let's just say if we go back up to 400,000 or whatever that number is in funding for 2026, we have budgeted 150,000. And if let's just say we increase that by 300,000, that's $300,000 that has not been budgeted. And so that would be a supplement. And irrespective of whether or not the money is sitting in a fund, you still have to allocate that revenue source. And so that's a budget supplement. And you could get away with it by, moving the money out of contingency. We did bump up our contingency to $500,000. And some of the correspondence I read said, well, you took away the library funding and then you utilized those dollars to bump up the contingency. And moving the contingency from $175,000 to $500,000 had nothing to do with the libraries. It had everything to do with the fact that the county cut multiple departments and budgets and cut them to where we didn't feel that they had, if they expended everything in their budgets, they would basically be at a zero balance at the end of the year. And if they had any anomalies coming forward, that they would need to come to the commission, and instead of doing a lot of budget supplements, that we would utilize that contingency to cover some of these stopgaps within the county. And I know it's been talked about, but the library services were not the only thing that we looked to reduce. We cut many other outside entities, and the reason to do it was to try to lower that property tax burden. And anyway, those are my comments.
Mr. Chair, so just kind of going
Commissioner
back.
Roshkonek, you bet.
So the original ask, I believe, was around 480,000. Is what the
For next
request
year,
was?
it's 523,000.
523.
That was the
Yep.
ask. I go back
That's
to,
for all the libraries.
All the libraries.
I'm just talking Rapid City.
No,
thought
I
it
think was it just Rapid City or?
Rapid
Rapid
City, I
City.
thought was 480.
This year was 483.
Yeah, it went up 3%
Last year
from
was
480.
523. Next year, 26.
If I read the contract right, it started out at 400,000, and then for 8 years, the commission approved it with annual increases. And so whatever they were asking in 2026 goes back to a contract that was established in 2016, if I understand it. I'm just thinking, I'm kind of with Commissioner Drews. I don't think, I'd like to say, yeah, we can fund the 480, but I don't know that that's going to pass through the commission, but I can live with the 320. And how we get there, we use reserves, we used the original 80, 81 that we approved, and the difference would come out of contingency or the general fund. So I'm at the 320 as with Commissioner Drews.
Commissioner Hadcock?
So, can I ask a question? Can people use the library that don't have a library card?
Yeah, I think anybody can use it, but they can't
They
They
can't
have
check
specific-
out books or anything, but they can use their computers. What can they use if they don't have a library card? Because I have many people come in, hi Megan, come in that use the library and they tell me either from outlining areas and say, we just don't get a library card, but we use their services anyway. So that's actually adds to their total of the library, but.
Deb, Megan Kruger with the City Attorney's Office. Sorry, that's going to take me a while to get used to. I brought some people along with me that can answer some of those questions that you guys might have.
How are you, sir?
So I brought Sean along with me.
My name's Sean Minkle. I'm the Assistant Director at the library.
Sean, what was your last name, sir?
Minkle, M-I-N-K-E-L.
You've been there for a while, Sean.
I've
I was
been
with
with the
you in
library for about
2016.
18 years.
Yeah.
Maybe
so,
you can
yeah.
answer Commissioner
2016
Hadcock's
when we
question.
started the process. Remember with the 400?
Yep.
What was your librarian's name at that time, your head librarian?
I think that was Jim.
Yeah,
at
he was a
the
nice
time.
man.
So,
I was with him when
Jim
we,
McShane,
and
so.
you and some other people when we talked about the library at that time in 2016.
Yep. So people that don't have library cards can utilize the library. They can come in, they can use our computers, they can read books. Basically, they can do events, all the things that we have in the library they can do, but they cannot like check out materials. They can't get access from home, so they can't do ebooks. All the stuff that you would have to take someplace else to use, they wouldn't have access to. But we try to provide as much access as possible to people that come into the library as well.
Thank you. So for me, listening to both sides, the 81 at this time seems too low. The 190 or whatever it ends up being, it's probably going to end up around 190, I'm going to guess. That's about 30,000 if we add it to contingency. For me, I don't mind if we, I like Commissioner Drew's and Commissioner Ross Connect's idea of that, taking the 81, adding the reserves, and then adding that close to 30,000 and taking it out of contingency. Because at this time, I'm hearing both sides, and I'm hearing them enough that it's not just my district, it's the outlining districts, plus I just told you the other reason. When you're talking about services, and we forget about that, and I don't have a library card, so I didn't know that you couldn't go in there without a library card and still use their services. That means if you can't afford or you can't get a library card, they're still willing to give up those services and let those people that don't use the services. So I appreciate that, and so I'm leaning more towards doing the right thing by the library and the people that don't have library cards and the people that do. So thank you.
So Dusty won't be out. He could still use the library.
Do we need to make a motion to that?
Yeah, we need a motion, and I gotta say, I like Commissioner Durr's idea on just funding this thing. We got a letter. I had a conversation with the fire chief yesterday, just so the people know, and I'll make this introduction. They are short from their services. They provide services to outside the Rapid City area, and they want money too. They're short like $2 million. So, just so everybody knows, when we, go through and make decisions, that they are short $2 million. It has nothing to do with the library, and they're not related in any way, shape, or form. They've been dealing with it for a couple of years now. It's an enterprise fund, basically, and what happens to the ambulance service is that they've been self-funded through payments, like Medicaid payments and that type of stuff. Well, as you can see, the environment is changing ever so much over the last few years, and insurance companies have changed, so they're not paying, and Medicaid's not paying. So the thought process of having people that use the ambulance paying for it is gone. If you don't use the ambulance, you're going to pay for it. So, and if you're outside of Rapid City, it's going to be something that's going to have to be added to your tax bill. But I kind of like Commissioner Durr's idea of just putting it all in the general fund and getting rid of all these extra levies and stuff like that, because it gets so convoluted, and the state with their infinite wisdom allows people to opt out of them anyway. This way, if it comes out of the general fund, everybody pays. So,
Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Here,
Commissioner Hancock.
I have a motion. So we start at the 81,000. We use the anticipated reserves, and the rest to get it up to 320 would come out of contingency.
Second.
Have a motion from Hadcock, a second from Drews. Commissioner Drew, you have a question?
No, just a comment, discussion on the motion. So if we're going to change the 26 budget and to that dollar amount, the difference between what was just discussed, the 81,000 and the 3 and change, I would like to see the county go back in the county budget and cut that dollar amount out so that we're not supplementing.
I think we could.
Chair, that's not my motion.
No, I
I'm
get
using
that.
it out
but
of
he's making
contingency.
a comment, so.
Okay, thank you.
And I appreciate that because we have to be, I mean, I understand everything and what makes sense and I can get along with this, but we still have to be fiscal responsible no matter what happens. So I think that's a good comment to make.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Drews?
I certainly don't have any objection to what Commissioner Durr is proposing, either for removing the 81,000 so we don't have to have a supplement, and allow the 320,000 basically to be determined as to how that's where that's gonna come from. I also like his idea of getting rid of the levy and for the future, and then they would come in just like the various libraries would then come in and present their request to us during our budget sessions, and they would know from that as to what that level of funding would be for that next year.
Does the commission believe that we have enough information to add that into the, I mean, the one thing it does do, if we do that, make that decision now, or do you want to have that conversation at a later
Here.
date?
So the 81,000 is already there for next year. That's through the levy. The reserves are already there. That was from the reserves from the library. The only thing you would decide if you wanted it to come from contingency or reserves, which either way is going to end up, the reserves are for general fund, so, or the contingencies for general fund supplementation. So however you want to get there is good with me. I do believe we do need a vote next year in the general election to see if people want the libraries.
Okay.
Or I also think we need to decide if all taxpayers should be paying that and what that looks like as well before we make that statement. So,
Commissioner Hancock, could you repeat your motion? So Kara, did you get her motion? We're gonna have her repeat it to you, and we're gonna lay it out, and that's what we're gonna vote on. We're not gonna convolute the message, and we're gonna
Okay.
make a vote so everybody can move on with their lives, because
not convoluted, it's the rest of the story everybody else is telling. Mr.
that's why I'm saying we're gonna vote on your motion.
Weifenbach,
Yep.
so when you're making a motion, you also have to sometimes tell why you're voting the way you are, why you're moving forward. And again, if there's a vote in November, I'm for that. The motion was at 81,000. Is the levy already? The reserves, anticipated reserves would be some of that, which was already the library reserves. It wouldn't be anything different. And
That
the
would be up to you.
contingency would be covering the rest of the motion to get it up to 320.
So the total would be 320.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Russ.
I heard the statement, eliminate the library, and I don't.
That doesn't count. We're not talking about that. That's why I wanted her to restate her motion, because I didn't want to confuse you guys. So we'll move on. So we're just voting on the motion and the
No, I just
second that was
wanted
made.
to-
So you're taking 239 out of the contingency fund?
We're going to make the total to the 2026 budget for the library to 320. And however it takes to get there, we're going to take the reserve, whatever we have in the library reserve, plus the amount that we have in the library levy for 2026, for that was allocated, which was 81,000, I believe, or 80,000.
81.
And whatever else will come out of contingency.
So the difference between 81 and 320 is 239, so
Yep.
that's coming out of,
It will come out of the library, whatever is left in the library reserves and the contingency. Does that make sense to everybody here?
Yep.
Okay. I'm a rocket scientist, by the way.
you got it, Kenner?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll give it to you.
Okay. I just want to make sure everybody's clear, then we can all move on, and I won't get any more. I want to tell you folks that showed up today, I appreciate being respective. I have never had so many personal attack emails in my life. And it's sad to think that people who believe they're educated or whatever can just attack us like that. We're trying to do the best job we can possibly do. So I appreciate you guys, and you can give yourself a pat on the back for being respectful. You get way more done. And I just, we have a job to do too, and you guys have a job. So we got a motion and a second, and everybody understands it? Okay. You want to do a roll call, or you want to just, okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
So we got 4-1. 4-1, motion carries. And we'll move on to the next item.
Mr. Chair,
We have to approve the contracts of the other Hill City Wall and
Okay.
move approval.
Move
Hill
approval.
City Wall and
And Keystone.
Okay.
Move approval.
So Kara, did you get that?
second.
We're gonna, okay. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, folks, for coming today. And so we're gonna get that signed today
And-
for you, if
Yeah,
they're
go ahead.
available. But our fellow that's doing our commission manager day is sick today, so if he doesn't have them, he'll have them for me tomorrow or something. We'll get them signed and get them to you
And
and get your signatures or whatever.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, also before, this is our last meeting, I believe, we need to approve, you just did the funding, but we need to approve the agreement with the Rapid City Library.
Okay.
That'd be
And
my
so-
motion.
Yeah,
So,
Go ahead, Jerry.
I'll second, and then discussion would be that there's been an amendment proposed by the city of Rapid City, but my suggestion would be that we just stick with the contract that our commission director has drafted originally that matches the same agreement with Hill City, Keystone, and Wall, and that now what would be amended would be the funding amount that we just approved, and then that dollar amount be put in the agreement, so we need that in place before the end of the year.
so we have a motion from Hadcock for the 320 and the Pacific contract that we have written from our
Correct.
commission manager.
With the
And we had
new-
a second from Jerry Durr.
Correct.
Yeah.
So everybody understands that?
Yep.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Mr. Chair, when do we,
Are you opposing, or are you?
no, no, I'm
The
gonna,
motion
I
carries,
just
okay.
wanted to know when we're gonna have more discussion on that levy and how we treat that going.
I think we'll put it out the first of the year.
Okay,
because
that
I-
was my question, just
Yeah,
so
I
that-
was trying to put it in today because I thought it was a great idea. but
Right.
I was convoluting the message, and
And
Hey, just so the audience knows
Right.
that
And-
it's out there and we got a date that we're gonna
yeah,
discuss.
we'll be looking at that again, and I think it's gonna, in the end, it's gonna be way better deal if we do it that way, and I'll have that conversation. I'll write out my thoughts on it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Kind of a follow-up on that, I did like a week ago ask our auditor to get a hold of Department of Revenue and ask them a direct question regarding the library levy and a couple things related to that, but one of them, which I believe is, Department of Revenue will come back and say that we're not required, the vote, I believe anyway, how I understand the vote that was taken, 25 years ago was that we would, the county would assist in providing library services. There was not a funding mechanism for that. And then I think as we found out going through some of these conversations that, like when I called Box Elder and said, are you guys providing library services through the school? When I was on the school board in Winterwood, I remember some conversation about that, and they said, no, we're not any longer. Oops, you should be paying the library levy. So I think with Box Elder and the other communities we have, it's generating a discussion, and then we'll move forward like in January this spring. Prior to, I believe, getting in the budget process, kind of have a conversation about the funding mechanism.
Well, I think it can go hand in hand with the ambulance conversation too, so I think that's a great place to go. So we'll move on. The motion carried, by the way. I hope Kara, did you get that? Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you, gentlemen, great conversation. Okay, we are.
Item 11.
Highway, items from the Highway Department, and that is,
12, I guess.
I somehow got off of, my diligent got off track here. I love this program, by the way, so. Item 12, items from the Highway Department. Mr. Joe.
Good morning, Commission. Joe Miller. Start over here. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. Up in front of you, item A here is some items that are required for us to apply for the bridge improvement grants for 3 bridges that we're submitting for in January here. These right-of-way and utility certifications basically certify that we've, acquired all the right-of-way, which we have as of last Wednesday, and then 2, that we've contacted all the utility companies and let them know, 1, that these bridges are going to be reconstructed, the Country Road Bridge is going to be reconstructed, and the other 2 are going to be rehabilitated, and some preservation stuff going on, so that if they're in the way, they need to prepare to move if that's what's going to happen. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and make
Commissioner
the motion.
Roskinick?
Go ahead and make the motion to approve Resolution 2025-12-16-1, authorizing Pennington County to submit bridge improvement grant program applications for bridges 52-318-318 and 52-320-312 and 52-444-270.
Second.
I have a motion from Roskinick, second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Chair.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Did you?
I don't know if it matters, but I think he read the next one.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to make let me find it here. I'm going to make a motion to approve the utility certificate for Bridge 52-44-270 and
52-444-270.
444-270, and I'm going to make a motion to approve certificate for 52-444-270, the right-of-way.
Second.
A motion from Durr and a second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So that moves us into,
So item B, if you'd like me to speak on it briefly here, is just the resolution to allow us to submit for the bridge improvement grants. Just quickly, Thunderhead Falls is a major rehabilitation. Total construction cost for that is going to be about $440,000. County funds will be approximately $64,000. Another one on Thunderhead Falls will be about $336,000 for construction, $150,000 for county funds, and then I must have got that mixed up. Country Road will be a full replacement. Construction cost will be $1.5 million. County funds will be about $182,000. So total cost for the county approximately, and this is going into 2027, would be about $400,000, and the total construction cost is about $2.3 million. So if after we apply for these in January, they'll approve them or deny them in March of the 2026, and then we'll have time to put them in our budget for 2027. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Good job.
is that a motion?
Yes.
Yeah, please. Yep.
I think, did we not already?
We've done that.
passed
Yeah,
it?
We done B?
out of turn, but we did make
We
that
did it
motion.
out of order.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we did B. Okay, now we're doing C then?
Yes, he just
Okay.
spoke on it.
Thank you, Mr. Joe.
You're welcome.
Authorized to purchase one new wheel loader.
Item C, authorization to purchase one new wheel loader. So purpose of this request is we had if you remember back, I believe is it a year ago, or it might have been 2 years ago, we lost a loader in our wall shop fire, which we received about $140,000 in insurance proceeds for that, which went back into the, from what I understand, into the highway reserve at the time. We didn't have the budget authority for it in 2025. We redid our equipment purchase plan in November of 2024 and put that loader in for 2026 replacement. So with that being said, we we asked 2 of our dealers, Butler and RDO, to submit sealed proposals to us to kind of breed some competition between the 2. Butler came in low at $259,767, so about about $16,000 cheaper than the RDO. We did do a survey of our employees. They've got to run both these loaders for approximately a week out in our pit loading our trucks, and both machines came in about the same. So with that, our recommendation would be to authorize purchase of the Caterpillar 950 GC. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
That'd be my motion.
Yeah. You guys provide maintenance, Joe? on these? You
Say-
guys do the maintenance on these too, right?
Yes, yes. Our shop does the maintenance.
That'd be my motion to move to authorize the Highway Department to purchase one new 2026 Caterpillar 950 GC wheel loader from Butler Machinery Company, Rapid City, South Dakota, in the amount of $259,767.52 from Sourcewell Cooperative Purchasing Contract number 011723-CAT.
Second.
I have a motion from Hadcock, second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item D, snow event voluntary parking removal initiative. Okay.
All right, good.
Give us a big summary of what we're doing here so people in the audience can understand that we haven't, coming up
Yep.
with snow removal season, so.
So from the last, maybe it was 2 commission meetings ago, we put together a plan at your guys' recommendation to get some voluntary compliance in our Rapid Valley area. Basically, we recruited the Sheriff's Department, Dustin Willett, and Cody Wiseman. I think is Cody back here? There he is. To put together kind of a media campaign to try and get some voluntary compliance in Rapid Valley to remove vehicles from the right-of-way during our snow events. Cody's put together a postcard, a 4x6 postcard. I believe the cost on that was about $1,500. In his memo there, make sure I'm not forgetting anything here. We went out and did a survey the previous 3 weeks. We did them on separate days. We did one yesterday, we did one on a Thursday, and we did one on a Wednesday in 3 separate weeks, just to make sure that we're not catching people, that work shift work, stuff like that. And we have about 900 different instances over the course of those 3 surveys, approximately 300 vehicles that are parked in the roadway and are just there. We haven't sorted through the data to see how many of them are actually inoperable. But majority of them are parked in the same spot and they don't necessarily move. So with that, Cody's done an interview with myself that he's planning to do word eludes me now.
Social media campaign.
There you go. Social media campaign and a press release. There's the word I was looking for. So I can let Cody speak to that if you'd like, or I can stand
that's
for any
fine.
question.
I think that just to let people know that we are ramping up. Get your vehicle out of the way. Be responsible if you want these guys out there plowing your roads. Move your vehicle. You put it in your driveway, get it out of the way. If it snows, you're an adult now. So any comments from the commission?
Here.
Commissioner Hadcock.
I'd just like to thank you for all your work on this. We found out we didn't really have to change the wheel. We just need to make sure we were in informational only. Also, I like the social media campaign and anything to do with the media that gets out the word, texting, anything else like that, like we're talking about how Dustin does that, our emergency management, that gives the constituents in our districts forewarning, just like the city does. Move your vehicles. We need to plow the roads. It makes a huge difference. You don't get plowed in. All the snow's not right in front of your driveway and stuff. So thank you for all your work on this, Joe.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek, sir.
now that we have the highway department up here, they could probably give you an update. We put dynamic speed limit signs in Rochford yesterday,
Okay.
which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, they put them up yesterday afternoon, and within an hour, the Moonshine Gulch had a post on their Facebook saying they had some new traffic control. But so yeah, that's our plan going forward. We'll probably hit this hard right after the holidays. And with our text messaging, the Everbridge alert system, we'll probably do an alert the night before and even the morning of to try and get some compliance in there, and we'll see how that goes through this this winter, and next winter, if we don't get the compliance that we want, we can look at a different avenue, so.
We don't want to tow people, but if it comes down to the irresponsible people will be towed. Thank you, Joe.
Correct. Correct.
Everybody's looking forward to your prime rib dinner, so we'll let you
Next
know.
week.
So we'll move on to there's nothing needed there, Joe, so you're dismissed, sir, thank you. Items from Planning and Zoning Office, contract for services.
Items from Human Resources.
Pardon? Did I
Human
miss?
Resources, sir.
Oh, I missed a whole one, I'm sorry. Sandy, are you here? Thank you. Straighten me out, thank you, Commissioner Hadcock.
That's first.
Items from Human Resources, A and B, EAP provider change.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sandy Sortland, Senior HR Manager. So the first item that we have for you is just letting you know that our Employee Assistance Program provider is going to be changing. We've been using Connections Incorporated for the last several years. However, due to just issues in our area with mental health needs, we found another provider, ComPsych, that can provide us better services for actually cheaper, which is always a good thing. So we're going to be moving to ComPsych effective January 1, but because it is a contract that we had to sign, we do need to let you know about that. However, they're going to save us quite a bit of money and provide us better services for our employees for our Employee Assistance Program.
Super awesome. That's what we're looking for. Item B.
Okay, item B, we are seeking the board's guidance on how to treat step increases for the 2026 year, particularly when we have an employee who is on a performance improvement plan. Are we going to allow someone who is on a performance improvement plan or a PIP to get their step increase later in the year, or are we going to require that they wait until the following year? We did provide you with a motion for either one of those items, and I'm open to any questions that you might have.
Comments from the commission on that?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I believe that the current process has been what?
It's been handled both ways. We have done both where if the person is on the PIP and then they successfully complete it, that they are allowed to have their step increase 3 to 6 months later. We've also done it where they have to wait until the following year. So that's why we would like your guidance on
All
how
right.
you want that handled.
So my comment on this is I believe that, you should, one of the incentives, I believe, anyway, to get somebody off as a PIP and be successful is stating that, if you get initiated on a performance improvement plan and let's just say you're on it for 2 weeks and then your anniversary date comes up and you should be getting your annual step increase, you're not getting that if you want that step increase, you need to comply and go through and do your due diligence to get off the PIP. Once off the PIP, I believe the employee should get that step increase, not retroactive, but let's just say on Thursday, somebody comes off their PIP and a month ago they were due for their step increase. They would get it from that day moving forward. When they're off the PIP, it would be implemented through payroll. And then going back into the next year, into the new fiscal year, whatever the policy is that we approve funding-wise, that, they would go back to and then be on their anniversary date, not the date that they initiated coming off the PIP. So that's my comments on it.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
I agree with Commissioner Durr. The main thing is they complete the PIP and it's successful and that they're not put on, extended PIP or anything like that. That if they complete it successfully, I agree too, that they should be able to get that step increase.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to move that employees who are on a performance or improvement plan at the time of the step increase eligibility be considered for the step increase upon successful completion of their PIP within the same year.
Second.
A motion and a second. Does everybody understand that motion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you.
Now
I
items.
appreciate your efforts again.
Now items from Planning and Zoning.
Items from Planning and Zoning office, and then we have some people on Zoom that they have a little presentation about the contract for services for Tyler Technologies. Is that correct, Brittany?
That is correct.
Okay, and I believe their name is Spencer Lopez and Ray Kennard from Tyler. They're the Tyler Tech contract team. So if we can zoom them in,
They are on Zoom right now. I think Mr. Lopez needs to share his screen so he could do a brief presentation of the software.
Right.
All right. Can everybody see my screen and hear me clearly in the audience?
Nope. We got a problem. We got a tech.
For Zoom, that's going to be the only screen that we'll be able to display it on.
Oh, this one over here, okay.
Yep.
So this one on the side over here?
That one
will
and
be
then the
only
side one in the corner
This is
there.
for anybody that wants to watch it. Okay, yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you for having me. What we're all looking at right here is called our Civic Access Portal, and this is going to allow the county to publish permit information, planning and zoning applications, pay for invoices, do open records requests. So it's a one-stop shop for your constituents to interact with the planning and zoning department. It's ADA accessible, as well as it also supports Google Translate, so your customers can pick from multitudes of languages when they're doing research, applying for a zoning application, or even paying an invoice. So if we all notice at the top right of my screen, I've logged in as a developer at the county. Once your developer logs into the planning and zoning portal, he or she will be presented with a dynamic dashboard that shows your constituent or your applicant all of their activity inside the county. So I easily can see every permit I have that needs attention, that's under review, or that's active. Any site plan or subdivision applications, I can see what's, again, needs attention, what's active, what's under review. Any inspections, invoices, it's all nicely presented in one dashboard. So not only do we automatically notify your constituents through text messaging and email, we also give them this centralized view so they can track all of their work inside the county. And what's even better, these dashboards are interactive. So if they click on that notification card, it's going to take your applicant to a list of all of the planning and zoning applications that need their attention. And if you notice here on the right, it shows them why it needs their attention. So they could have unpaid fees with the department. They need to resubmit a document. They have to present at planning commission for their site plan. So now they can easily select their project right from their dashboard, and it's going to bring your customer to a customer-friendly view of their project with the county, where they can see an overall status of their site plan application. They can see the workflow of exactly what's being done at the county. So they know, hey, you need to schedule an inspection with us and resubmit your site plan. They know when they have to produce their staff report, when they need to show up for planning commission, post a public notice. So it's very intuitive to now walk your applicants and constituents through the whole zoning process, building process, annexation process, all from one portal. And last but not least, we also give your constituents an interactive calendar. So if you have a developer that says, yeah, I kind of check my email, I kind of log in, but I really just want a calendar to track all of my meetings with the county, all of my inspections, all of my invoices. We can now present them with an interactive calendar that shows, hey, on December 9th, you have to go to Planning Commission for Site Plan 55. Be there at 7 p.m., don't be late, or make sure you bring all the appropriate documentation. Or let's say they want to forecast and they want to see how much money they're going to have to pay the planning and zoning department. They can see invoice due dates, when their applications are going to expire. So again, it's very intuitive for a first-time developer or again, a repeat customer to come in, see their activity, and easily track all their activity. Even, again, someone just visiting the portal who wants to do an open records request, they can easily access your portal, And just like Google, they can type in an address, a project name, a location, and now we can easily allow that resident or customer to do an open records request right from the portal. They can even create a report and download all of the permits, all of the site plans, or any information we want to share with that customer. So again, a one-stop shop, which makes it very easy for a first-time user or a repeat customer to interact with your department. Now, lastly, let's go through how a customer applies for an application. Notice right in the middle of my screen, there's a big apply button. Once they select apply, we can take them to an interactive questionnaire to help that customer figure out what county service are you looking for. Are you trying to pay your tax bill? That's great. We're going to route you to a different website. Are you trying to make a payment? Are you applying for a permit? Once they select permit, now it's a different round of questions. Are you trying to build something in the county? Is this a right-of-way permit with the highway department? Let's say they want to build something. Is this new construction or is this an existing structure? It's new. Is this commercial or residential? It's residential. Now we can ask them detailed questions about their project. Have you been working with a planner? Do you know the fee schedule, and are you going to submit a site plan? Yes. Are you changing more than 400 square feet of living space? All of these questions are designed by the Planning and Zoning Department to help your customer figure out the scope of their project, what they need to submit. So now, once they answer all of the questions, it will take your customer to the exact application they should submit to Planning and Zoning. From here, all they do is simply click apply, and our portal will build a step-by-step wizard to now walk your customer through a brand new building permit, a variance application, a site plan. Right from here, they can add their location. This automatically integrates with the county's GIS, meaning your customers can pick real addresses and parcels. So we can validate the location to make sure, are you the correct owner of the property? It can tie to the assessor's data. Are there any holds or restrictions on this property? So now when they click next, it will validate that property and let them know, hey, you're in a floodplain, but the zoning is correct. So automatically, we can let your applicant know if they can move forward. Next, they can fill out their contact information. So in my example, we need to know who the contractor or the owner is. They can simply add it right to their application from here. We're going to validate to make sure that contractor or owner is in good standing with the county. So if there's any issues, this could pop up and flag the application. Next, they can provide detail about their application. New single-family home. We'll put in required information like square footage, estimated valuation, and maybe we need to know the number of stories and number of half bathrooms we're going to add. Next, they can drag and drop different documents that are required by the Planning and Zoning Department, like an approved site plan. Maybe I need an affidavit form from the homeowner. All of this, again, can be required right through the application process. And as they upload these documents, we can validate them to make sure they're not corrupt, they're not locked, they're not broken. Once we select next, they can sign a county-approved affidavit form digitally. They will get a summary of everything they're about to submit to the County Planning and Zoning Department, including their estimated fees. So now when they click submit, a workflow automatically notifies the applicant of what's expected from their side of the house, and then this will flow into the planning department and notify a planning technician or a permit technician that there is a new application to start processing. So that is the overview I had planned for the commission this afternoon. Any questions from the group before I kick it to the next speaker?
Thank you. No questions. go ahead.
All right, perfect.
Are they done, Brittany?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
So they're available for any questions.
Perfect. No,
So staff is just recommending or requesting that the contract.
Yeah, I'll just make a few comments that there are other people in the community that are using Tyler, Box Elder, Rapid City, now Pennington County. We've been converting a lot of our things over to Tyler, so is that fair to say?
That is, Box Elder is currently using this system. The city of Rapid City is just starting the implementation process for this system.
Part of the reason is that because we're all so connected and moving forward with just bringing our community together, this all helps, so we appreciate that, so.
Chair.
Yes.
So I have to ask Ray or Spencer, so on the implementation, what is the timeline that's going to be so the county and city align together?
Did you get that, Ray? Spencer?
Yes, yes, this is Ray speaking, and good morning. Yes, so we are.
It's important for both to align at the same time if we can get it that way, just because when we're implementing a new process and they want to look, we've always had problems trying to see the differences where if they could get online, it'd be very important for that timeline to be done at the same time.
Sure, and Brittany and I have had those conversations, and I've had some initial conversations with our implementation team. They are two separate project implementations. And as Brittany indicated, the city has already started theirs.
Okay.
I do believe the city's is going to be a little bit longer than what it's going to take for the county, just because of the number of processes. But they're going to start in the same time frame, so they will conclude in the same time frame. So I do not see that being an issue.
Thank you, I appreciate that. It makes it a huge difference for our county to move forward with the city, and they kind of have that timeline together for training and other things that will be good for both city and county employees and our constituents. So I appreciate that, sir.
Thank you. We have a motion that's here on, somebody wants to make.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm going to move to authorize the chair to sign the contract with Tyler Technologies for intergov permitting and licensing software.
Second.
Have a motion from Durham, a second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
10-minute break for setup?
Yeah, we're going to take a little break to set up like a 10-minute break or so. Our breaks usually run a little bit long, and I know there's been a lot of people waiting here for a long time, so we'll get back on board here in just a few minutes. So we'll be right back, and then we'll be moving into the Planning Board of Adjustments here. And so. We're back here, and we're gonna
notice that.
Now we're going into Planning Board of Adjustments, right? You guys ready over there? So we are on item 15. So we need a motion to go into Planning Board of Adjustments.
Motion to go in Board of Adjustment?
Second.
A motion from Hadcock, second by Roskinek, go into Board of Adjustments. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're in the Board of Adjustments. Item number 15, and so Corey, go ahead.
Cody Sack, Senior Planner. Item 15A is variant COVA 25-0019. It's to reduce the minimum setback to a residential zoning district for a telecommunications tower. The applicant is the Towers LLC. I do believe they have a representative on Zoom if there's any questions. And the landowner is Mark Erickson Living Trust. Location of the property is 13599 Highway 40. The property is 11.60 acres. Currently zoned agriculture district. There is an existing residence. They use it as a specialty resort for rentals. Access is off Highway 40, and there is a 100-year special flood hazard area on the property. When we look at variances, we take a two-prong approach. For prong number one, whether granting a variance runs counter to public interest. It doesn't appear that it would run in the public interest. The zoning in the area is residential. There's residential agriculture in the area, and there's uses. Telecommunications tower is not a residential use. Currently, like I said, there's a single-family residence that was built in 1951 on the property with some accessory structures. This was brought around for interdepartmental review. There were no objections or concerns that were received. The applicant is requesting a variance to section 316C1 of Pennington County zoning ordinance, which requires that telecommunications facility be located no closer than 500 feet from a residential zoning district, dwelling unit, or agriculture district containing less than 40 acres. As you can see, there's a zoning district to the south. They're approximately 166 feet from this zoning district. And to the east, there is agriculture district that's under 40, and that is approximately 170 feet from the location of the tower. Upon review by staff, the tower is approximately 168 feet from the nearest residential zoning district, and the tower is approximately 262 feet from the nearest dwelling. So the applicants did have to apply for another variance for the setback to the dwelling, which will be heard January 16th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting. There are no physical conditions that exist that would warrant the approval of a variance. So staff is recommending denial of COVA 25-0019.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
I have a couple speaker request forms too. Do you want to hear from them
I
first?
was going to ask Cody.
Yep, you go
Can
right
you put the topography map up? So what's the contour? Each one of those contours, how many feet?
I'm not sure. This was the submitted by the applicant, so I'm not sure. This sits more up on a hill. Sorry, this mouse.
But when you look
is
at the
not working
topography
very well.
map, the closer they are, the steeper it is.
Correct, yes.
So
Yep.
when you, I'm just trying to figure out exactly on this topography map where they'd like to put the tower.
Yeah, so the tower actually, if you look on here, is this little circle right there.
Where the topography's more
Yep,
favorable.
where it's more up on the
Okay.
up on the hill.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Cody, is the homeowner here?
I do not believe that the homeowner is here, but the generally what happens is the telecommunications tower companies will lease from the homeowner. So there is someone from the telecommunications tower on Zoom to answer any questions.
Which company has this tower? I mean, is it like, do they run is it something that's needed to get service up there?
Yeah, so I believe this one's through Verizon, but a lot of times towers will co-locate. They'll work with each other. So AT&T, that might be a better question for the applicant though, if they can co-locate.
I'm just had some concerns if there's a dead spot up there, but I have a couple speaker requests for him. Pete, is Pete on Zoom?
I am here. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Pete. You go right ahead, sir.
All right. Well, thank you for letting me join this way. I wish I was there.
We wish you were here too,
Coworker of
Pete.
mine was the one who was supposed to handle this site for us, Chad Skinner. He's been working with your staff for a long time now on this project, a little over a year. He had a medical issue, so I'm pinch hitting, and I had another meeting in Nebraska today that I also had to be at, and they are not as sophisticated as you when it comes to technology. So thank you very much for accommodating me. I appreciate it very much. So the owner of the tower is a subsidiary of Vertical Bridge, which is one of the largest tower owner companies in the United States. They are not building this on a speculative basis. They are building this for Verizon at their request, and Verizon will be the initial tenant on the tower, and it will be designed to accommodate 2 additional tenants as well, so that AT&T, T-Mobile, or whoever it may be, when they want to improve their service in this area, they will be able to do so on this tower without having to build their own. So just a little bit of a context there. As far as compliance with the code, we do believe it complies with the code. This is an area, one of the criteria is obviously, is there a public need for this? And there very clearly is. This is an area where there's homes, there's businesses, there's some mass attractions like the Rushmore Cave. There's a lot of folks there, and people use it they use cell phones for personal use, for business use. And most importantly, for first responder use, whether you're calling or the first responders are doing their job and responding to the call. So there is a need for better service in this area for all of those reasons, and that is why we're here today. Verizon doesn't build sites, willy-nilly. So there's definitely a need here, and I think If you look at the other criteria, I know there's been, Cody mentioned that, towers and there's residences nearby. There's nothing inherent about towers being a conflict and not compatible with residential neighborhoods. There are hundreds of thousands of towers in the United States and hundreds more being built every day. And most of those are in or near a residential area. In the more urban areas of your county, probably the towers have been covered for a long time. And if they're putting up new towers in the more urban areas, they're often infilling and squeezing in closer to, if not in a residential district. And those have proven to be quite compatible. So I do believe that there is a compelling use for it. As far as conditions to the site, I'll put it to you this way. If there was a location that met all the zoning requirements and technically was able to provide the level of service that is needed, we would have opted not to have to go through, extra hearings, which is extra time and extra risk. So we are very diligent about trying to find sites that we can get through the zoning processes as easily as possible. And I know from past experience, other tower sites have faced similar circumstances where there's just limited areas in the targeted area, limited properties that can fulfill the technical need. It's an 11.6 acre property. It, is one that you would think on the face of it would be very easy to get a suitable site, but we really had to reduce some of the setbacks just because of the really severe steepness even for that area and some of the grades. So one of the bonuses of going up the hill a little bit is that there are significantly more mature trees. The bottom is Cody noted, is in a floodplain. We are out of that floodplain. We're up high, and that reduces the height of the tower that's needed. One of the criteria of your code, it's not a hard criteria. It's more of a, whenever feasible, is that I believe it's 80% of the tower be screened by trees. We're not quite able to meet that here. It's a 125-foot tower. The trees are about 80 feet tall, I'm told, so we're looking at something more on the order of 60% of the tower height, but it's still a good amount of that that will be hidden, and a good portion of the remaining part is the part that would be needed to accommodate the other carriers such as T-Mobile and AT&T. So I guess I'll pause here, and I'll be really, again, appreciate your time, and I'm glad to answer any questions you may all have.
We'll keep you on the Zoom there, Pete. I have another speaker request form from Kent Scott. Are you here, Kent? Or is Kent's on Zoom? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can you zoom in on this? Can you?
Zoom,
all right.
yes.
Perfect. Kent, go ahead. You got the floor, sir.
Okay, so I was here earlier before this got stayed a couple weeks ago, but in total disapprove, don't want this at all. If you notice where he's putting it, he's like, Battleview Road doesn't run up there, first thing. It stops at Milo Lane. He's absolutely closest to Battleview, which is absolutely closest to my neighbor and also my property. I don't know how to tell Pete that this is a big eyesore as it is. My neighbor will literally look out her front room, which has a view, and look straight at this tower. It is ludicrous. This is seeming being asked of us. You're going to take away property values. You don't even maintain Battleview Road. We do. I don't know. There's a lot of people that have written in. I hope you have their letters. Ask me anything. I don't know what else to say other than this is a horrible request. You had made these variances for a reason, right? I'm done.
Thank you, Kent. Commission, questions for Pete or anybody, or motion or anything?
I do.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Commissioner Drews.
So my question is, of the staff, does the staff have a suggestion or recommendation of where else this tower could be located on that property?
Cody Sack, senior planner. I was looking into it a little bit. Just the width of that property. I don't know if there's any spot on that property where a 500-foot setback to either the lot line to the south, or the property to the south, or the property to the east, with it being under 40 acres, where there's a spot on that property that you could actually put that tower and meet the required setbacks without a variance request.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ross, can I have the floor?
So the gentleman the applicant, is it Pete?
Pete, yes.
Pete, during the selection of the site, it's my understanding that you look for the maximum strength, signal strength, and that kind of dictates or part of the what you look at when you select a site.
Yeah, that is correct. We're definitely looking to get the most bang for our buck out of building the tower and get as robust and broad coverage as possible, because that eliminates the number of towers we would need to build. If we choose something that doesn't provide as good of coverage, we end up needing to have more towers closer together.
Okay.
Here.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
Pete, can you co-locate Verizon on another tower that's closer and still get the same coverage?
No, we cannot. There's not a tower in the vicinity that is going to cover the areas we're trying to cover.
So, did you read in the comprehensive plan that the future land use is ranchette and the surrounding future land use is residential? And that you need to be by zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance prohibits a property containing telecommunication tower to be within 500 feet of the residential zoning district?
We did, and we looked at and reviewed and reached out to, I don't know if we reached out to all of these folks, but we looked at over 70 properties to try to find something that would work. Some were just ruled out immediately because various factors, but yeah, we try hard not to have to come before a board and get this type of relief, but it occasionally does happen, and that's where we are today.
Well, I can appreciate that, sir, but the main thing is if the tower fell or blew or anything like that, that's why they put that residential setback in the zoning of 500 feet, sir. So for me, the safety factor is what if the thing blows down, if you lose a piece or something else happens, that's close enough to residential. That's why they don't want it within like 500 feet, sir. And we have, I'll just be up straight, we have turned these down before because of the residential area and the complaints that we've had having them in the residential areas. So for me, I would hope we can find some area that we can use that works a little bit better for the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews, you have the floor, sir.
So Pete, as I understand it, there's no emergency system that would be attached to this tower. Am I correct on that?
Pete, you there?
Oh. Sorry, I forgot to push the talk to speak button.
Okay, did you get that question, Pete? Yep.
I did get the question. There is not planned at this stage, or I shouldn't say that. We're not aware of any emergency agency that wants to be on that tower, but we have built in additional capacity that we can accommodate that if needed. I would also say to the earlier comment on the tower falling, the tower is not going to fall 500 feet. That's not the way they work. They very, very rarely fall at all. If they do, we've got a lot bigger problems in the world to deal with than the tower that is on this site. But typically we see setbacks, half the size, half the length of or half the height of the tower, because they are designed in a way so that they kind of fall upon themselves.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion.
You have another question? Go ahead.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I would move staff's recommendation to deny COVA 25-0019 as there are no special conditions on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of the Pennington County zoning ordinance.
Second.
I have a motion from Drews and a second from Hadcock. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries for denial. We'll move on to B, 15B.
Cody Sack, Senior Planner. Item 15B is variance COVA 25-0020. It's to reduce the setbacks from the property lines 1.1 times the tower height. It's the same property, same applicant, same owner. Again, staff didn't find any special condition that exists to grant the variance. This one specifically could be moved on the property to meet the 1.1 times the tower height, because it meets it to all the other setbacks except for that south property line. So staff is recommending denial of variance COVA 25-0019.
That'd be my motion.
Second.
A motion from Hadcock, second by Drews.
Am I allowed to speak on this at all?
Go ahead, Pete. Say what you
Yeah,
want.
thank you very much. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. We do have another, as Cody mentioned earlier, we have another application, or same site, another variance coming up in January. If you would be so kind, I would like to postpone this one until the 16th so that we have time to sort of evaluate where things sit and see if we can come to some resolution that may be able to make this all work for you guys and for us.
I withdraw my motion.
Mr. Chair, I would adjust my motion to defer this item to January 16th meeting.
Second.
A motion to defer to January 16th from Drews and a second by Hadcock. Any other comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move it to January 16th. Whatever the date is, I'm sorry. Appeal of Planning Director's decision, Randy and Mary Doffenbaugh. And did you want to have a little discussion on that first, Cody, or did you, because I do have a speaker request for him on that.
Yeah, so we do have one more other variance before that.
Oh, I missed it?
You want me to move to continue it, Cody?
Yeah, so this one is variance COVA 25-0021. They didn't get their letters sent out in time for advertisement, so staff is recommending to continue it to the January 6th, 2026 Board of Commissioners
So moved.
meeting.
Second.
Have a motion from Hadcock, second by Drews, to move to January 6th. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. You guys got to let me just go through some of these one time. Huh? All right, we're on 15D, here, so now I'm back on track. Appeal of Planning Director's decision, Randy and Mary Doffenbaugh.
Yes. So Cody Sack, Senior Planner. Ron Davis, on behalf of Randy and Mary Doffenbaugh, has submitted a appeal regarding the Planning Director's refusal to accept a variance application. So what they're proposing to do, they have an existing house, or they have two houses on this lot, one to the south here and one right here. They want to do a 24-foot addition to the north, which would only give it a 10-foot setback. Staff rejected the application on several means. One, they could extend that house to the south and not need a variance. And two, their hardship was they didn't want to go through the platting process. When you look at the zoning ordinance, variances are for lots that are exceptionally narrow, irregular shape, shallow, steep, or other extraordinary physical attributes. Not wanting to go through a platting process to remove that lot line and meet a setback is not a hardship. So staff advises that the appeal of the planning director should be denied.
Okay, we have someone that wants to talk about this. Ron Davis. Mr. Ron, if you're here. Sir, if you just don't mind giving your name for the record.
Ron Davis, Davis Engineering. This entire property is owned by, it's a ranch, but it's a accumulation of several mineral surveys. So they own the whole thing. That line is between two of the mineral surveys. They own the property on both sides. They own both of the mineral surveys. And it just seems like it makes sense to go ahead and put that adjustment in there and make this work for them, rather than going through a very expensive platting process. They're trying to move their daughter back from Montana. They're going to add a little addition on there for her to live in, is what they're doing. So I wanted to try this approach first, and hopefully we could let them do this. We could go to a 15-foot setback instead of 10. They could build a smaller structure on that side. They've agreed to that. So if you could approve it with the 10, it would be great. If not, if we could get it approved with a 15-foot setback.
So Chair.
Commission.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So they, both the property owner owns both mining.
Mineral surveys, yeah.
Right. And so the only one they'd be affecting is.
Yeah, they don't affect anybody. They're so far out in the middle of their property, there's nobody they're going to affected by this at anything.
That's my
Both of those
point.
houses have been there. The house at the lower left-hand corner was built in 1888 by the guy that built Sylvan Lake. And all that's kind of a historic house. The other house was built in the 50s. I'm not sure who it was for, but it was built there. So those have both been on that property for a long time.
Mr. Chair.
So for me, it's not, I'm okay with that. If it was affecting a property owner and the property owner said, you know, that's too close, if they sell it later, also if they plat it, they can plat it a little bit different. So they can plat it away from, to make that platting jurisdiction or that platting further away from each other, because you can see where the shed is on the top part in the house. They could change that property line, if I'm correct, or put an easement through there so they could meet that setback later. So if it had a bunch of different properties around it and it was going to affect a lot of different people in that area, I'd probably have an issue. But this is on the same property by the same owner. So that's my comments.
Commissioner Ross.
So, Mr. Chair, this is located west of Rapid City on Sharon Lake Road. It involves the historic Reeder Ranch. These mineral surveys go back to the late 1890s, I'm guessing. And I've looked at this pretty close, and I agree with Commissioner Hadcock that this isn't really about saving money or time. It's just using some common sense under the circumstances. So I totally support this.
Commissioner Durr, did you have a question?
I'm on the same page. I support the 15-foot.
So can we give me a motion?
I think it's 10. Do you want it 15, Jerry?
Or 10, whatever.
10, sir.
Is it
10 if
It's
we
10.
could. They'd like to get a little
10?
bigger house if we could.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to accept the variance with a 10-foot setback.
I'd second that.
A motion from Ross Connect, second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. The variance has been granted, sir. Thank you. We're going to move on to item.
Thank you.
Move to come out of Board of Adjustment.
Chair, one sec, sorry. Before, Cody Stack, Senior Planner, before we go out of Board of Adjustment, there was a mistake on 15B. The board meeting is not the 16th of January, that's a Friday. It is the 20th of January. So if we can get an amended motion for 15B to that, January 20th.
Mr. Chair, I would adjust my motion to be the correct date.
I second that.
So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Now, motion to come out of a Board of Adjustment, please.
The motion is
Second.
A motion from Hadcock, second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're out of executive session. We're moving on to night. We're out of not executive session, but okay. Item 16, planning regular 16A, second reading of Pennington County nuisance ordinance. So, Brittany, you have the floor.
All right, item 16A is the second reading of ordinance amendment OA 2519 for Pennington County to amend ordinance number 106, public nuisance. The Board of Commissioners approved the first reading of this ordinance amendment on December 2nd, 2025. There has been no changes between the readings, so.
We have a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
A motion from Hadcock, second by Ross Connect to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 16B, Pennington County to amend Section 37 alternative energy continued from 11:4. And I have a speaker request, and I'm going to ask that he comes forward unless he had to leave. John, are you in here? John Murphy? He had to go, didn't he? Dang it.
No, he's here.
Oh, there he is. We'll get you up here, John, because you wanted to speak about this, and I'm going to get you out of here. I know you.
Oh.
So.
I'm John Murphy. I've been a Pennington County property taxpayer for the last 52 years. The city's getting closer over the years, but anyway. I'm here to speak about the alternative energy systems, specifically the distributed solar energy system. Page 6 of the ordinance, distributed system 7, subsection D, 1, and III. It says, roof-mounted DSES must not extend beyond the exterior perimeter of the building on which the system is mounted. No pun intended, but I think that's regulatory overreach. By this ordinance, I couldn't put an awning over my window because it extends past the perimeter of the building. I couldn't put solar panel shelter over a deck. So I request that item III just be deleted altogether. And then on page 7, again, that's regulatory overreach. The panels must be mounted no more than 12 inches from the surface of the roof. I request that be amended to read that the panels will not extend beyond the roof ridge line and must meet Pennington County height restrictions for the zoning district. I've got a off-grid solar system that I've had since 1991 that I installed. The optimum angle for solar panels at our latitude is 45 degrees if you don't make adjustments to it. So 12 inches, I mean, maybe it requires 18 inches. I think that's getting into the weeds. I think it's fair enough to say that as long as they don't extend beyond the roof ridge line, I think that would be that would cover it adequately without, having an inspector come out with a tape measure and making sure that my solar panels are not more than 12 inches above the surface of the roof. One other comment that might come up later about, I'll just be brief about that, concerning the large systems. Again, I've had this solar power system since 1991, and I've had numerous hailstorms, and I've actually had to remove those solar panels while the re-roofing of the Class A shingles had to be replaced. Those solar panels were never damaged by the hail because, that's you buy solar panels that are made to endure. So that's, I guess, a little bit off the topic of the installation process, but
you're at your time, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Are we on the right item? That we're on.
He's talking about, he just had to go, so I let him.
Oh, okay, got it.
I let him go a little early on so he could get his stuff on. We're on 16B, hearing an ordinance to amend alternative energy. Yeah. So, but he's talking about the things that are in there that are actually affect his house. So, and I got his address and I got a tape measure, so I'm gonna go out there and check out that. Don, thanks. So we'll move on. Cody, I'm gonna let you finish. I cut you off, and you can come up and where did it go? Oh, Brittany, we'll get Brittany, which is better. So.
I think I was just going to read it into the record, and then you were going to call for speaker.
Yep, I got a
Okay.
lot of speakers, and they're, I mean, the 16A, 16B, so 16B, I got a lot of speakers, so I usually like to rotate them, but I'm not gonna do that because I probably got 14 for against and maybe 2 or 3 for.
Mr. Chair,
so, yes,
why
sir.
don't we allow her to read it into the record first?
Yep, you go right ahead.
Okay. So item 16B is public hearing of ordinance amendment OA 25-16 for Pennington County to amend section 317 alternative energy. And this was continued from the November 4th, 2025 Board of Commissioners meeting.
Thank you. Is Tyler in the office? Is Tyler here?
He is.
Somewhere. Tyler, can you come forward? I got a question that came up earlier. I want to clarify how we move forward on this. Is there room for this to be a first reading if we make changes, or is that make changes and then we make a first reading?
The second one would be Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office. The second one would be my suggestion. I mean, depending on, what transpires over the next however long, I imagine there will be the need to go back, change the actual entirety of the document, and give the first reading at that time. So that's my suggestion. Do you have any questions about that, anyone?
Does the commission have any questions about that, so they thoroughly understand what we're aiming for? I just wanted to make sure that that was clear and on the public record, so. Let's see here, we got some speaker request forms. I got somebody on Zoom, and Bart Carmichael. Bart, are you still there with us?
I am, thank you.
Hey, Bart, you got the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm here just to speak in opposition of it, and speaking to what I know. The loss of our grasslands over the last several years has been huge. And we're losing like 13 acres per second. And so as we look at these bigger issues on the bigger solar farms out there, we look at water quality, things like that. An inch of rain in healthy soil is 27,000 gallons. And so if we need livestock on them areas to absorb that in the organic matter, Rapid City is growing in itself, and I apologize, I'm Bart Carmichael. From Fay, South Dakota. I'm not a resident of Pennington County. I'm a resident of Perkins County, but I grew up in New Underwood, and I see, as I come over the viaduct there, the solar farm that's there already. And, an acre of land, South Dakota is one of the last holdings of strong native grasslands in the nation, and raises some of the best beef in the world. And we're looking at, roughly 600 some servings of beef per acre. And currently, right there at that 1,600 acre spot at New Underwood, we're losing over 1 million servings of beef a year. And so it's not that I'm against solar, it's where it's happening. And so need to keep in foresight of losing our future for a short-term profit, because we're losing the future of our food, the future of our families. We become actually flyover country in essence, because there is nothing left here but solar as it grows, wind the same way. There's some of the things there that aren't as green as we'd like them to be. And so like I said, where it's back to our loss of our grasslands. In the last 20 years, we've lost over 13 billion acres of it. And as we sprawl, we need to start thinking about that and where our food is coming from. And like I said, Pennington County has given an example to the other counties around it.
If you could wind down, Bart, we'd appreciate it.
Yep, appreciate that. And that's about all I had to say.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the next person. We're trying to get you guys right at 3 minutes, and then April Anderson. I don't know whether you're a pro or supporting it or opposed it, so you're next. So if you want to come forward and
I just turned mine in. I wasn't expecting to get up here quite that quickly, but.
Right.
Okay, I want to
April, if you could just give your name for the record, please.
Yes, April Anderson. I want to start with just a quick quote from billionaire Warren Buffett. I will do anything that's basically covered by law to reduce the Berkshire's tax rate. For example, on wind energy, we get tax credit if we build a lot of wind farms. That's the only reason to build them. They don't make sense without the tax credit. So as we're looking at this amendment to protecting or dealing with alternative energy, both solar and wind, agriculture has been our main industry here in South Dakota. It's so much a part of our quality of life. And I think we need to keep protecting that, as the last speaker just said. So as we look at this ordinance, it should be a lot about the quality of life that we have here in South Dakota. I grew up, I was born in South Dakota. We have a very special quality of life. And I'm all for capitalism as long as two things are involved. Is it moral? Does it protect everyone's rights? Are the neighbors of these big solar or wind energy properties going to be protected? And many of them are agricultural, which is part of our quality of life. The other thing is that industry and capitalism is great if it considers that it makes financial sense. And as I just read the quote from Warren Buffett, is it making financial sense? Is it protecting the rights of the people that live here in South Dakota? If it's a small solar or panels on somebody's house or a windmill, I am all for that. The government wants to help people that on their own property, but if they're selling it to make a lot of profit using our land without protecting our environment, our local environment, our quality of life, then I would think we need to be very careful that this ordinance does that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick Bell, I'm not sure if you're for or against, but you're next. So if you just give your name for the record, please.
My name is Rick or Richard Bell. I live here in Rapid City. I am currently a board member of Dakota Rural Action State Board. I have a lot of things to say, but given our 3 minutes, I just focus on distributed energy that's in this particular ordinance, because we're a proponent of trying to get more people with solar panels on their homes and businesses, and distributed energy is the way to do that. However, in definition B9, the distributed energy system is defined as SES directly to power a home or farm or a small business as its primary use. But this definition doesn't address the other uses and locations for DSES, such as water pumping stations, office buildings, commercial buildings, big box stores, etc. And related to that is the table on the last page that shows roof-mounted systems cannot exceed 35 feet in height. What if the building is 50 feet high? You can't put them on that? That's ridiculous. In another example, the general requirements under C7D1II and C7D2II state that neither of these systems is allowed to be placed in the front yard of the property, of any residential property. But given some of the variances that we've seen today, it's pretty hard to ascertain sometimes what's the front yard. So I think that ought to be defined in the ordinance. And in addition, the roof-mounted DSES systems must not extend beyond the perimeter of the building. And as Mr. Murphy just was here, he gave an example of the roof, of the awning system over the front of the house. And I think this particular ordinance it looks in the rearview mirror and says, how are solar systems been mounted in the past? There's a lot of new innovative places where solar panels are going, bifacial solar panels that are actually set up vertically as a fence. And so that would not be allowed in this ordinance. So I think that under the proposed language, there's some more work to be done. I'm happy to see it go back for another review, et cetera. And I also was going to ask about the moratorium. In section, or there's an ordinance 741 that came out last year, I believe, it put a year's moratorium that expired in November. So what are you guys going to do now that we're already past the moratorium? So it's just a question that I have, and maybe you could address that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Derby, you can address it.
Yeah, we did address that. We extended the moratorium for another year.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Thank you.
Is there any way, sir, you could email me those suggestions that you made Just if you could email them to our commission manager, just
I
keep on
sent
top of mind
something on
awareness, I
December
think.
12th.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
To each of you. Thanks.
Okay. Next person up for bids here is Virgil Wetzel. You here, Virgil? All right, my friend, you're up. Just give your name for the record, please.
I'm Virgil Wetzel. I'm a resident here of Rapid City, Pennington County. I live out by the airport. I have a solar system installed, have had it for 5 years. I drive an EV. I wanted to address one issue here. I think it's 16B, where it's required that the solar installation of a solar system should not be operated until it's been electrically inspected by a state electrical inspector. I know our state electrical inspectors are extremely busy. They do a wonderful job, but it was over a year before mine was inspected. And I think this should be the same situation as if you had an irrigation pump or that kind of electrical installation where you'd be able to turn it on and use it for that first year of operation. I'm very happy with the system I have. We are over 70% self-powered for electrical energy in our house, and it also charges my car. I wish I was home right now plugged in because the sun's shining. So I just wanted to make sure that that particular issue about being 1 year before you could, that was addressed and maybe taken out of that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time.
I understand. Thank you, sir. Okay, let's go to Casey Canupe. Just want to give your name for the record, Casey.
Sure. My name is Casey Canupe. I live out in New Underwood. We have property that borders the Wild Springs solar facility. So I had the opportunity to watch on a daily basis as prime agricultural land got turned into an industrial site. It was very eye-opening to me that this is what we have to do to save our planet. It was very sad, and I think that there are negatives that come from that as far as the wildlife and things like that I know you guys see. So I'm going to go over some of the other issues that I think that could come from this. Environmental issues. If you look up solar panels on the internet, it's there's cadmium and lead, and then one of the ones that I just learned about recently is that there's solar panels that are coated in PFAS to protect them on the exterior, and that can degrade and fall off over time. And PFAS, I don't know if you know, is considered a forever chemical. It's one of the things that the Air Force Base is currently dealing with, and I think that we can draw some similarities from that to this, possibly what's going on the base, because the base, what went on there was a firefighting foam that was considered safe by the EPA, used according to label instructions, and now 20, 30 years later, it causes cancer. And it's got wells that are contaminated up to 20 to 30 miles away and costing taxpayers millions of dollars to clean up. So I think this ordinance needs to have some, in the setbacks from waterways and setbacks from crucial areas, and then well testing. They should be required to test wells before, during, and then continuing in through the operation to see if those levels are changing, and something in the bond put in for potential cleanup of those issues as well. The property values. Property values of the surrounding properties here. And I'm going to step back up. One of the things I forgot is I want to mention that it brings up a lot, that comes up a lot is the property rights. And I am for property rights, but I'm for the property rights of the people that surround these things too, because I think they are affected. And the property values are in one of the ways that they come. And I have a study here, and I don't know if you guys have received it or not, but it's a multi-state study that goes into the property values of these properties that surround these. And just on here, in the summary on the front, it anywhere from 6 to 30% decrease in property values of surrounding properties from these. And if that's the case and that is documented, I think those need to be addressed in the assessment of the properties, and that it will affect the tax revenue then of the county. Fire. Fire, I think, is an issue that comes up and it's been brought up. But just for my personal, what I know of the projects that I know that are being proposed, there would be potentially 5,000 to 10,000 acres of solar panels in the New Underwood Fire Protection District. We are not equipped to fight fire in these areas. And the recommendation coming down from above is that you don't fight fire in them. You stay out, you surround them, you try to stop it once it comes out. They're considered a hazardous, the smoke from it is considered a hazmat situation.
You're at your time limit.
Okay, but I just want to, I think that's can I finish up quick like? So I think that's something to be addressed. And then also, the fire's going the other way. What kind of liability does this put on the surrounding landowners that are doing their normal agricultural practices? And if a fire starts and moves on to them, that's a huge liability issue when you put these industrial sites out in ag-related properties. And I think that needs to be considered. And if we do have to fight fire, the additional expense from the additional resources that are going to have to come in to fight it, that's going to be a taxpayer problem too. I'll finish up very briefly. I hope that you guys represent the taxpayers, all of them in the county. And I hope that this decision, when you're going forward, you look at that and make the decision based on the economic, the health, and the safety issues that these things could bring to our county. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to somebody that supports it, and that's John Peck. Are you here, John? We've had quite a few opposed, so try to balance it out as best I can.
John Peck, New Underwood, South Dakota. Had a few things to say, but I'll keep this one really short today. I know the last time I was in here, I raised a few feathers by probably saying things that felt like I was calling somebody out. And I had no intentions of upsetting anybody when I came in here as a public speaker and calling anybody out. So I do apologize for that, and to Jerry there. So when I left here, I thought about that. And I thought, to have the guy that I called out that is totally against solar be the head of the specialized committee, I just thought that I wasn't going to get a fair shake. And so that's why I had done that. But as I thought about it, I thought, what better of a person should have been at the head of that table? And that's Jerry. And the reason I think he should have been at the head of the table is because he is against it. He made these rules and regulations probably as hard as you could possibly do it without it being a taking. And right along with all the other board members that were on there, we battled it back and forth. There was give, there was take. And I think with that being said, that the rules and regulations that we spent 6.5 months in a room every other Monday writing new rules and regulations and making them to the extent that they are, and we've heard that today, how they seem to be a little too restrictive. I think we're right there. We're negotiating in the fine line of where that restriction is. So I just want to say thank you for putting in all the time and making these rules and regulations and watching out for everybody else. So I want to thank you commissioners for your time too and listening to us try to put all this together. So thank you.
Thank you, John. We got this fellow on Zoom. Pat, are you on Zoom? And I don't know if you're opposed or support, so. Basically, guys, I try to balance these out as best I can, and today we have a lot of that are opposed, and then some people that didn't put anything, so I'm trying to, you don't have to tell me, just go ahead and speak. Pat, you're on, you have the floor. Basically, Robert's Rules of Orders asks for, a little bit of balance, so I'm doing the best I can there, but Pat, go ahead. We can't hear him. Oh, he's on mute? I don't know if he can see us or not, but.
Okay.
There we go.
I got it unmuted. I'm Pat Gupto. very eastern Pennington County, and I'll just make this short. One of the things that's happening here is urban sprawl and wind towers, and these things are taking up some of the best land in Pennington County. The wind towers are not, but they always take some of the best land out of production. And the history says that your societies are going to start degrading when you start doing that. So I would just kind of reiterate what everybody else said before me is we probably need these solar panels put up, but let's not be taking out the best land we have. Take it somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Lindsay Mader. You come forward and give your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lindsay Mader, and I'm here to address whether utility-scale wind and solar development is consistent with the goals and intent of your comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is clear about what this county values. It prioritizes the preservation of ag land, protection of natural resources, water quality, wildlife habitat, and the rural character that defines Pennington County. It emphasizes responsible land use, planning that supports long-term sustainability, not short-term or speculative development that permanently alters the landscape. Utility-scale wind and solar projects are industrial in nature. They require extensive land conversion, permanent foundations, access roads, transmission corridors, and long-term infrastructure that fundamentally changes how land is used. Once ag land is converted to industrial energy production, it is rarely returned to its original state. The comprehensive plan speaks to development being compatible with surrounding land uses. In rural Pennington County, those surrounding uses are farming, ranching, wildlife habitat, and family homes. Industrial scale energy facilities are not compatible with those uses. They introduce noise, visual intrusion, traffic, and safety concerns that conflict with the plan's goal of maintaining rural livability. The plan also emphasizes natural resource protection, including soil and water. Utility-scale projects involve grading, soil compaction, stormwater changes, and long-term disturbance that can affect groundwater recharge and surface runoff. These impacts run counter to the comprehensive plan's call for the conservative-minded development and protection of critical resources for future generations. This is not about being opposed to all energy development. It is about honoring the planning document this county adopted to guide growth thoughtfully and respectfully. The comprehensive plan was created to ensure that decisions made today do not compromise the land, water, and communities our children and grandchildren will depend on. Based on the stated goals of the Pennington County Comprehensive Plan, utility-scale wind and solar projects do not belong in this county. They are inconsistent with the plan's emphasis on ag preservation, rural character, natural resource protection, and long-term stewardship. I respectfully ask the Commission to uphold the intent of the comprehensive plan and protect the future of Pennington County. I also have a copy of signatures for a petition that we circulated for infinite moratorium in Pennington County.
Thank you, Lindsay. You want to bring that up here? I'll give it to Kenner over there. He'll take that. And in the meantime, I'm going to call on Veronica Edoff. Veronica, are you here? If you just come forward and introduce yourself, we'd appreciate that for the record.
I'm Veronica Edoff, taxpayer in Pennington County. And I do have a letter from a mother to one of the landowners down by the Yartech one that they've asked me to read because she could not be here, and then I'll have my own comments.
Yeah, good.
Okay, now can you hear me? Yeah. Well, I have this letter from a mother to one of the landowners down by the Yartech, and then I also want to just state my own.
Who is she now?
She is the mother to Seth Shorb, Edna Shorb,
and he's next to the.
down there by Yarrowtech off of Highway 44.
Okay, just want to make sure everybody knows who he is.
And so she couldn't be here. She asked me if I'd read this, and then I want to
Fine with
state
that,
my
or
own.
I can read it too if you like.
Well, I can read
Go
it.
ahead.
Doesn't
Go
matter
ahead.
to me.
Yep, go ahead.
Some will tell you the pasture full of cows is destroying the environment while the fields of solar panels is saving it. But reality isn't found in slogans. Cows are nature's solar machines. They take sunlight, grass, and convert it into nutrient-dense, complete protein while building soil, cycling carbon, and sustaining rural communities. Solar panels don't create food, they don't regenerate soil, they don't support ecosystems, and they do not exist without a massive land conversion, mining, subsidies, and long-term disposable problems. The uncomfortable truth, the greenest thing about utility scale solar isn't the panels, it's the money flowing to the people promoting it. Meanwhile, cows and crops quietly keep going, doing what they've always done, turning sunshine into food. This isn't an argument against solar existing. It's an argument against pretending solar is environmentally free while agriculture is framed as destructive. Cattle convert sunlight, grass into protein on land that cannot be cropped or developed. The system has existed for thousands of years and when managed correctly improves soil health and carbon cycling. Utility scale solar requires large land conversions, mining intensive materials, heavy subsidies, and long-term disposable plans that still don't exist at scale. That doesn't make it evil, but it does make it far from greenwashing proof. Food systems are not optional, but the electricity has other alternatives besides these solar and wind panels. And that was Edna's stuff, and now I'll just state some of my own thoughts. I wasn't in on the planning, you know, the group that got together with planning, but I've been to several of these meetings and listening to them. I don't think that they are on board with this ordinance that's going on. I don't think they're happy with it all the way. So I am asking you guys to listen, really listen to these landowners that are going to surround these panels that we know want to come in, and then there's going to be others. And put your personal thoughts on alternative energy aside, and put the thought about the money that'll bring into this county aside, and really think about these landowners. I know you want to be respectful of private property. I'm a private property owner. I want to be respectful. But there comes a point where you are a property owner and you should be respectful of your neighbor's property also. And so it's a fact that these wind turbines let fiberglass sheds in the wind. That's going to affect the neighboring people. And there's studies out there where people have not been able to sell their hay because it's so infected with fiberglass. What about the panels, the contaminants in them? You buy one panel and right in the information it tells you the stuff in those panels can cause cancer. We're not talking about one panel, we're talking about thousands of them. And what's it going to do to our ground and our water systems and to the neighbors if a hailstorm comes through? You know, the money that New Underwood supposedly got from that other solar outfit that's there, they did end up with the money, but the state put a lot of restrictions on it. So they can't use it accordingly to what they may need. They have to use it according to what the state tells them they have to do. And what about our roads? Do we have our roads and our bridges, the panels that went in at New Underwood, you guys seen what they did to the roads and the bridge down there. Those are all thoughts that have to be considered here.
Time.
Well, I'll finish up quick.
Wrap up. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want you to just really be considerate of these other landowners around there, because I personally went through an eminent domain case for many years, and that is financially and mentally taxing. And that is going to happen to these other people wherever these solar panels go through that cannot find a section line They tried to go through Jerry Mader's place when they first proposed it, and thank God it got moved, but it still is taxing. And keep private property rights thoughtful, but consider those neighbors that are going to be affected by this for years.
Thank you. Jerry Mader, you're next. If you just want to give us your name for the record, Jerry, we appreciate it. And then we're going to try to wrap you up around 3 minutes.
Pardon me?
We've got 3 minutes, so we'll try to wrap you up.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jerry Mader from New Underwood, and we have land right next door to where one of these facilities is proposed to go in. And I guess I'd like to say I've lived and ranched all my life, and I've seen over my years that different things that have good intentions, but without the strong, good safeguards in place, bad things can happen. And these utility scale wind and solar projects are, I think, need to be researched and checked into way more than we just don't know how safe they really are at this point. And I guess I'm more concerned probably with the decommissioning part of all of this. It just seemed like there's not enough teeth in the bonds that are supposed to make them clean up the mess, and I'm afraid that they might leave it behind for the landowner and maybe the county to clean up. I guess there's one of the things that I have said many times, I guess in the past, that it seems like these places that these outfits that want to put these in, they don't own the land, they don't live there, and it appears to me they don't really want to own the land because I'm afraid they can just walk away at the end of these leases or whenever the money runs out. So that's a very big concern for me. And one thought that a gentleman told me today, that maybe these bonds should be tied to the land, and maybe the landowner should be the ones responsible for paying that the bond. And then that way it won't disappear through these shell companies that seem to happen in some of these big projects. Let's see, I guess I got one more thing here. I guess if we have to have these plants, I guess I'd sure hope that we can put a lot of safeguards in place for our future generations. But my vote would be to have a perpetual or ban on these types of projects.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Eileen Peterson? Are you here, Eileen? Give us your name for the record, Eileen. We'll give you about 3 minutes.
Eileen Peterson, and I'm going to be speaking primarily about some health and safety concerns.
Chairman, I've got a question for you before you start. Are the chairs at the old building and the new building, which are more comfortable to sit in?
Neither.
You spent hours in both chairs.
I thought they were the same ones, to be honest.
No, they're not.
Oh, man.
I did notice that there's a significant lack of chairs outside the door, so we'd like more seating. And there's a monitor out there, but it wasn't turned on, so we had no idea.
Outside? Okay.
Yeah, we had no idea where we were, so we kept looking in the door and probably disrupting you, trying to figure out how close we were getting.
Thank you for letting us know that. So, like I said, the guy that we usually have in charge is gone today.
Aren't they always?
He's very sick, and I'm like, don't come here, man.
Oh, don't come here.
Go ahead, Eileen, you got the floor.
I'm going to start with some health concerns from wind turbines, and I'm pretty sure you've all heard these before. Number one is infrasound, which is sound that is below the level that humans can hear it, but they can feel it. There's been a lot of studies that point to stress responses, fatigue, sleep disturbance, nausea, and other symptoms when they're exposed to infrasound. There's also been findings that it could lead to cardiovascular or cellular effects, and the potential effects on microcirculations down at the capillary level, possibly disturbing the fine blood vessel functions. And early on at one of our hearings, there were a couple people here that had lived in eastern South Dakota near a wind turbine, and the effects from that infrasound drove them out of their home. They moved over here, thought they were getting away from it, and they were not pleased when they found out they didn't. And these same things are affecting animals and plants and other things in ecosystems. And animals are also subject to something called turbine hoof, especially with young colts and young livestock, where it causes deformities in their legs. And this has been proven in a couple different places. There have been lawsuits where the property owners have been compensated by the developers, and some turbines had to be taken down because of their close proximity. Probably another big thing with wind turbines is electrical interference. The U.S. Department of Transportation, just in July, said that they were going to ban wind turbines for 1.2 miles from any highway or any railroad right-of-way because they are interfering with the electrical systems of vehicles and trains. Now, if they're going to interfere with those, they're going to interfere with farm and ranch equipment too. So the neighbors don't deserve anything less than that 1.2 mile setback either. Fiberglass, big issue. I think some of you may have gotten some pictures from a corn farm in Iowa just recently where woman has 3 wind turbines. She's had 3 fires, only affecting 2 of them, but lightning in all cases. There's turbines or blades laying on the ground in her cornfields, and they are shedding like crazy. She has no recourse. She can't sell the crops. She can't replant. She can't do anything. And apparently over there's no bonding by the developer, and they seem to have disappeared. So setbacks are going to have to be considered of how far that fiberglass can fly.
We're at time.
You just want to wrap up?
Well, I think we've talked about solar panels a lot too. There's there are noise issues. There are a lot of concerns about contamination, and that concern is going to go with that land. If the landowner ever wants to sell and needs to sell that land, the buyer is going to be looking at that, and their insurance company is going to be looking at that, and the liability policy is going to be looking at that. So the further back we can get them from the neighbors, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Betsy Kineski, well, you're up next, Betsy. And then we'll have Dale or Richard, whichever one of you want to go next, after this lady. So.
I'm Betty Kineski, and thank you for having us again. You're probably getting sick of us, but we have big concerns about the setbacks.
We're not getting sick of you guys now.
Well,
that's our job. Thank you.
Anyhow, my grandson Seth Shorb and I are going to border the Eurotech one when it's going in, and we know that setbacks are not going to be enough for them. We know that it's going to rain someday again in South Dakota, but I'm sure that we all are concerned about our water sources. And I just want you to think a lot about the setbacks. The people want their rights. Well, the joining ranchers to these places that want their solar panels, we have some rights, should have some rights to protect our property. If they can't make a living on the land without putting solar panels on, maybe they should find another occupation. That's all I have today, and thank you again.
Thank you. And so Richard, you're next. And then we'll go to Kirsten Mitzel and then Dale Harris.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my name is Rich Williams. I'm with Gunderson Palmer Law Firm. We're helping out Infinity here for this purpose. They don't have a current application in, but we're in favor of the amendment to 317. My first ask, and I probably should get this out of the way because I might run over time, is that the commission put on its next agenda the first reading of this ordinance. So I would ask for a motion on that today, Mr. Chair. And I understand there might be some changes to this, but I'm sure your council can talk about that if there are a number of changes after the first reading, substantial changes, the first reading can be done again. We're just looking to try to move this process forward, and those changes can still be made. With that in mind, I originally thought this week that I was going to be talking about setbacks and bonding and the like, and then Monday when I was going through the documents that were filed, I saw basically a new challenge that I hadn't quite seen before that was bringing into question the compliance with the comprehensive plan. And so I thought, well, maybe I had to take a look at that because that's an elephant that we haven't taken a bite out of yet. And when I was looking at that, I went back through, the ordinances in the past, and I looked at Section 317, the original version, and that was effective, according to what I found online here, 4/26/17. So that's been around since 17. In 2020 is when the commission put into effect the new comprehensive plan. Obviously, it doesn't appear that at that point that Section 317 was affected. And then in 2022, there was an amendment to the zoning for ag zoning on 7/20/22. And again, nothing was changed with regard to the ability to use conditional use to place solar in agricultural zones. So apparently there hadn't been a problem with comprehensive plan and in alternative energy prior to this. So I thought, well, that's weird. I mean, what has changed? So I went back and I thought, I should probably take a look at the comprehensive plan, and it's a beast. It's thick. And I saw some things highlighted in some of the documents that were submitted that seemed to indicate that solar was not allowed in ag zones under the comprehensive plan. So I wanted to see how that read, and I found a few things that are interesting in here. So I'm turning to page 3-3, talking about purpose and application of ag designations. Agricultural denotes areas that have large tracts of lands dedicated to agriculture uses or resource uses. I would submit that using the sun and wind is a resource. Moving on, page 3-13, we have one of the goals. The county encourages energy conservation in new and existing developments, and the 8.3, the county should support efforts when appropriately cited for the development and use of alternative energy sources, including wind, solar, geothermal, biofuels, and cogeneration.
We're at the time.
I'm going to give him a little bit more time here because I've let some of the other people run over too. So
moving on then to
if you could wrap up though, and then
I'll wrap up. Moving back to the agricultural element under goals and policies in 5.2 ag-ag-1, talking about this, the county shall allow by discretionary permit within the Eastern Plains focus area agriculture-related uses, including value-added processing facilities and certain non-agricultural uses, subject to the following criteria. And then there's a section down there that talks about using siting in areas that have unusual site requirements or operational characteristics in the use in ag land. And clearly, a solar field has unusual siting and land use characteristics. So when you look at this, the solar is certainly not prohibited under the comprehensive plan. It's a matter of siting it, and it is allowed to site in ag land. There are certain considerations in the comprehensive plan that have to be taken into account, however, for those designations.
you can wrap up now, that'd be.
And I will wrap up with that. And again, I would end with, I would ask for a motion to place the first reading on the agenda for the next meeting.
Thank you. Kirsten Mitzel. Are you here? Oh, there she is. Okay. Do you want to give your name for the record?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kirsten Mitzel. I was born and raised here in Pennington County. I'm here today to support stronger protections for agricultural lands, neighboring property owners, and the environment across Pennington County. The zoning ordinance is clear about land use intent. Section 205, the agricultural district, exists to preserve large tracts of land for agricultural and resource utilization uses. Utility-scale energy systems do not meet that purpose. Under Section 317, a utility-scale energy system is defined as infrastructure designed to deliver electricity to the power grid for distribution by utilities. That is, by definition, an industrial use, not an agricultural one. These projects require grading, soil compaction, access roads, foundations, and long-term infrastructure that permanently remove land from agricultural productivity. As such, the setbacks should be much more substantial, with specifics that were previously submitted to the commissioners. The ordinance already provides appropriate locations for uses of this intensity through light industrial and heavy industrial districts in sections 213 and 214, which are designed to manage industrial impacts with setbacks, buffering, and compatibility standards. Agricultural districts are not. Allowing utility-scale energy on agricultural land weakens zoning protections, increases conflicts with neighboring landowners, and accelerates the permanent loss of working lands. This is not opposition to energy development. It's about putting industrial uses in industrial zones. Strengthening our ordinance to limit utility-scale energy systems to industrial zoned land protects agriculture, property rights, and the long-term interests of Pennington County. Also, with regards to the comprehensive plan and the decision that was made by the Planning Commission for solar was during COVID over the phone, and commissioners were not even aware of it. So you can't tell me that there was oversight, and that needs to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. We'll go to Dale Harris. If you give your name for the record, Dale, thanks.
Yes, sir. My name is Dale Harris. My address is 425 Fry Street, Denton, Texas. And I'm here as a representative of Infinity Global. And while I do have biased intentions due to my position, I want to make it very clear to everybody that the reason why I support this technology is because I do believe this is what's best for America. I'm a blue-blooded American. My family has been here for centuries. And I did a lot of research into this technology before getting into this industry. And the reasons in which people are opposing the technology are some of the reasons why I'm in this industry, is for clean water and clean air. And out of all of the different energy generation systems out there, solar has continually shown to be the lowest impact on the environment, as well as providing the lowest cost of electricity. And why for some people this might be new technology, that is only because it has hit the scale in which we've gotten to today, because it has been extremely well tested. The first utility scale solar facility was put in place in the early 1980s. First solar panel was developed in the 1950s. This technology is extremely well tested and continues to show that it has a very low environmental impact and provides a low cost of electricity. This is if it is developed in a sustainable manner. There are, of course, issues that happen with new industries, but we have mitigated those issues, and we continue to mitigate them to build these projects to cause the least amount of overall impact. And we've been working with the task force, and I've been sitting as a kind of a fly on the wall because I am an outsider and tried not to provide too much input. But I saw the task force going back and forth over these regulations, and I think they've come to a good place. Now, we prefer for there to be no regulations at all, but of course that's not the standard, or that's not what's preferred by the community. And these regulations are the minimum standards. And I would like to address the new concern about industrial property. So solar facilities are inherently designed to be removable. They do not have any, there's no manufacturing process. There's no smokestacks or air emissions. There's no hazardous material stored or processing. There's no heavy traffic during operations. There's no significant noise generation. There is no water consumption or massive water consumption during operation, and there is no wastewater discharge. And there are minimal employees on the site during operation. So those do not meet the standards of industrial zone property. There's been many studies that were performed that show the best way to regulate These projects are through conditional use permits or special use permits in agricultural zoned property and use the resource of the sun.
We're at the time.
I timed that
Keep
pretty
going,
well.
keep going, 'cause we'll just wrap it up.
No, that's all I have for today. I mean, there's a lot more that I could sit up here and address.
Some of the commissioners are probably gonna have questions for you, that's why I left you for last, 'cause I'm assuming they're gonna have questions. I mean, you already rose some questions in my mind, but, Deb, can you take over for a second? I'll be right back. I gotta take a little break here for myself.
Do you have anything else to say?
Not at this time, unless you have some additional questions.
Does anybody have any questions for Dale?
Madam Chair.
I hope to change your mind, Commissioner Habcott. How about that?
Madam Chair.
And Jerry Durr as well, or Commissioner Durr.
So Dale, on your statement on the solar having the lowest impact on environment, so what impact do you believe it may have on environment?
So you have to look at each project on its own merits. There has been development done in the past that has substantial environmental impact. If they grade the entire area flat, if they're removing wetlands, those are going to be environmental impacts. It's really, profit driven. Nowadays, we develop in a more sustainable manner, avoiding all of the wetlands, minimizing our impact, and adding wildlife corridors, and considering the visual impact as well, which I know is not necessarily an environmental impact. But then there's also the revegetation. In the past, there hadn't been substantial efforts towards revegetation. We've learned from our lessons, and now there is revegetation plans put in place that require for the native grassland to grow underneath of the solar panels. Another statistic here is with considering all of the access roads, pad sites, and the piles, that creates approximately 5% of impervious ground. So 95% of it is still native vegetative grasslands. So our environmental impact is very minimal.
Thank you, Dale.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner.
So there's been discussion that these don't belong in areas for agricultural use. Based on your experience, where would they go then? I mean, obviously they're not going to go within a city, I wouldn't think. I mean, and they're not going to go in a forest, so I'm really confused. Where do they put these things across the United States?
They put them in agriculturally zoned.
Exactly.
Land. Yes, sir. Making it industrial zoned land is death by regulation.
So you've probably seen other ordinances, relative to solar fields. Is there any, in this particular ordinance, I didn't see anything on density. Do you ever see ordinances that say you can't have so many of these in a certain area?
No, sir, I can't say I have.
And then I agree, I don't think heavy industrials zoning that would be applicable to these. I think there should be a zoning, basically just a zoning specific to solar panels, and that would be a utility of some type, but that's just my 2 cents worth.
That is the purpose of a conditional use and special use permit, is it is a special or conditional use for that specific project if it meets.
And lastly, life expectancy, so there's mounting brackets, and the panels go in the mounting brackets. If a panel becomes defective, can it just be updated or replaced?
Yes, sir. They can definitely do repowering. These facilities are engineered to last anywhere from 30 to 40 years.
Okay.
You done, Commissioner? Yeah, I got these two here. Commissioner?
Yeah, I think.
As I had a question, you talked about decommissioning. I know that they're decommissioning that big solar wind down in Barstow, and I've talked about it on several occasions, but I've never come up with an answer of how they're decommissioning it. Do you know of any projects that have been decommissioned successfully, or, I mean, you said it's been around a long time, so I'm assuming that something's been decommissioned. You guys seem pretty confident that it can be done, so.
Yes, there definitely have been projects that have been decommissioned, and there's been lessons learned from that, and how they are engineered today make them substantially easier to decommission.
Do you know anything about the Barstow project then down there, the big giant one, $1 billion failure that they had?
I do not know that project specifically.
No, that's, I'm be fair, I get that, okay.
I do know that the ordinance does address decommissioning and requires for 120% of the decommissioning to be provided in a surety bond or security bond to the county, and that is updated, I believe, on a 5-year basis.
Okay, so there's a provision to update, okay.
Yes,
Dale, I have 2 more speaker request forms. I'd like to let them speak, because all these people have come here today. A lot of them didn't speak, but they're feeling more comfortable speaking, so, and if we got more questions for you, we'll, I'm not trying to shut anybody off, but I want to bring these guys up. So,
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time.
Steve Edoff, are you here? And if you could give your name for the record and try to stay within 3 minutes, please, Steve?
We'll do it.
All right.
He's an auctioneer.
My name is Stephen Edoff. Appreciate the opportunity to speak for you today. I've been a resident of Pennington County my whole life, and I guess I'm here to voice serious concerns about utility-scale solar development in our county. It's not an argument against renewable energy. It's an argument against placing industrial-scale solar facilities in rural landscapes without fully accounting for long-term environmental and financial consequences. The one thing that I see is I've been in banking and finance for 9 years now, and these solar leases come with a $350 to $500 an acre rent is what they're willing to pay the landowners. You do the math on that over 20 years, and the thing that I can't understand is the most expensive piece of ag land, which is, to his point, where these solar facilities need to be placed. They need to be out in the wide open spaces. And what I can't understand is that there was a chunk of ground, about 3,000 acres over by Kadoka, that just sold. In a public auction, it brought $1,950. I'm not super good at math, and I think I barely graduated high school, but why wouldn't you go buy that ground for $2,000 an acre instead of spending $7,000 an acre when you're renting it from, a man who I can see the financial impact that would be very enticing for a landowner in Pennington County to say, geez, like $500 an acre, that's pretty life-changing money to most of us. To a utility-scale solar company, that's nothing. That's a drop in the bucket. The other major concern that I have, me and my family, we live just north of Box Elder Creek. Our well is filled off of that water. We just saw, and I think Casey Canupi talked about earlier, but with the air base and their fire retardant that got down into the creek, washed down, I firmly disagree that these things are safer than they've ever been. I don't think we actually have a study in front of us that says the decommissioning of these is simple. I think that the solar companies are going to transfer ownership of this thing. Wild Springs they're on their 3rd owner. They've been in operation for 2 years. I think that responsibility is going to fall on these landowners, and to be honest, I'm not trying to say anything against those guys, but I think they're uneducated. They're going to take a payday, which again, in banking and finance, I can respect the need and the want to take that money off the table today. But I think they're going to be left holding the bag on this thing, and the 5 of you and the rest of us in the room, we don't even know how much that's going to cost. So I guess that's all I have to say, and appreciate you guys letting me talk.
Steve?
Yep.
Trudy Brassfield. Trudy, you just filled us out, so I know you're here, so go ahead.
Hi, I'm Trudy Brassfield, and Dale and I, my husband and I, own property that we can see. The one in New Underwood, we'll be able to see the one over at John Peck, and the one that's going in Meade County is just over across in our pasture there. So I'm in the middle of it, and I'm also all U.S. citizen. I'm a red-blooded American, and I have one thing, it's just a light thing to say. My husband couldn't be here today because the solar panels working to recharge our electric fence haven't been shining enough, so the cows were out. So just thing, it was kind of just, it happened here. One of the things I wanted to talk about is the decommissioning. Shell companies are LLCs. An LLC can pull out and disintegrate whenever they want. So there's the decommissioning. The bond issue, I think what Jerry brought up is awesome. I think the landowners should be responsible for the bond issue. They are the ones that are coming out ahead on this. We, as farmers and ranchers, cannot generate the kind of money that we would get per acre from these solar farms. So we are just trying to protect our land. To me, it's priceless. And green doesn't always mean good. And I think the elephant in the room is money. They're driven by money. They don't want to buy the land. They want to put it out. They're going to take the money. They don't live here. They're from Florida. They're from Puerto Rico, wherever they are.
Texas.
Texas. Well, okay.
Got his address.
All right. Well, we all know about Texans. Okay, so anyway, I have to say that I think our agriculture land is priceless, and I don't think we can put a piece of $sign on that.
Unless
Thank
you ranch on Jerry Durst that never gets any rain or snow.
I tell you what, we need it, and the rain is, hopefully it'll come. Thank you.
So I'm going to allow something different here. I know Kirsten wants to speak again because she wants 30 seconds, and then I'm going to give Drew another time, because I want to say one thing about all of you guys. You've been very respectful. You know, we talked. You were probably sitting through the library contract stuff. That wasn't very respectful. I got emails that basically came to the point where my wife felt like she felt very uncomfortable functioning in the world today, and that's not what we're having here. We have two people, the landowners, and we have the people that want to do the solar, and everybody's been very respectful and very understanding of each other's, positions. So, Kirsten, if you're in the room, we'll give you 30 seconds to rebuttal, and then I'm going to give Drew 30 seconds because there's been some comments made about, when they talk about location and stuff, and there's specific reasons for location that I'll let him explain. So, thank you.
You say Drew, you mean Dale?
Yeah, I call him Drew. I got his name stuck as Drew. He reminds me of a Drew. Maybe Gary Drews. He's not. He's got hair, a full head of hair though. But Kirsten, go ahead. I'll give you 30 seconds, and I want to make sure everybody gets a conversation because we obviously got some work to do here because I can see some of just off the top, I can see some of the residential stuff that's not going to work. But go ahead.
Good morning again, or afternoon now, I guess. Kirsten Mitzel. I just wanted to add that native grasslands are not just plants. They are intact soil ecosystems that take centuries to form. Utility-scale solar construction destroys that system through grading, trenching, and soil compaction, breaking deep root and microbial networks that cannot be restored. Solar panels also change soil temperature, light, and water flow, creating conditions native prairie is not adapted to. What grows afterward may be green, but it is no longer functioning native grassland. In western South Dakota, shortgrass prairie is already rare and irreplaceable. Once it is industrial disturbed, it is gone. Protecting native grassland means preventing industrial development on it in the first place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's easy to pronounce. I thought my name was there. I was going to have you pronounce it since I kept calling you Drew. But Dale, you want to come forward? And one point I want you to talk about is location because that brought up, and I know there's a lot that goes into a location. So if you could explain like that part of it, why aren't you going to Hermosa, Kadoka?
So there's a lot that goes into siting these projects. It initially starts with a market analysis determining where there is going to be demand for the energy. And then we look at the actual transmission lines and do a load flow analysis. And we want to be connecting to the transmission lines that have the most available capacity for us to inject into. Then after that's taken into consideration, we look at the regulatory environment. What are the constraints? Is it within a municipality? We look at the critical habitats. We look at all of the different environmental considerations. We look at wetlands. There's about 60 different layers that we use throughout our siting process, including looking at military bases, our airports, and then after looking at hundreds of thousands of different parcels of land, we we reduced that down to a few hundred. And then that is, our final location is decided based off the negotiations with the landowner. And I know that the whole purchase versus lease has been brought up multiple times, so I'd like to address that. We are happy to purchase the land. That is actually our preferred approach. Now, it turns out that most communities and landowners prefer for us to lease this land because it ends up being more financially advantageous for them, and it keeps the land in the landowner's family. I know, coming from a family of ranchers, that your land is a lot of the time your family legacy, and they like the idea of leasing that land and then maintaining ownership of it for their kids.
Thank you, sir. I think we're going to conclude the public comment for now. I think
Chair.
Commission will have, go ahead.
Ms. Peterson would like 30 seconds.
All right, yeah, I'll give you 30 seconds, Eileen, like I gave Kirsten. We got to draw the line somewhere here, and then I think the commission's probably got some questions and some conversations. So go ahead,
Commissioner
Eileen.
Ross Connect asked if there were any places that restricted in acreage that could be used. And this comes from a USA Today study that was updated in March of this year. It said there are 22 counties in 9 states that have limits on the amount of agricultural land that can be used for solar projects within their county. So at that time, there were counties doing that.
Okay. Thank you. That's Vice, you?
Chair.
Okay, so I think we're going to conclude public comment, and then we'll go to Commissioner Hadcock.
Okay, couple of things. I'd like to say utility scale wind and solar are industrial uses, not agricultural or residential uses. Land use decisions belong with the local community that bears the impacts. That being said, I should reiterate that it's not the Pennington County Board of Commissioner fines on what I had written in there. It was Deb Hadcock fine, so I'm going to apologize for that. I had findings of fact. Why I think they're industrial scale is because I have 8 things that I have that I'd like to read. That is utility wind and solar because of industrial scale, the scale land conversion. Utility scale wind solar installations require thousands of acres, converting ag land, open space, and scenic rural landscapes into industrial zones. Public safety hazards, wind and solar facilities introduce risks, including turbine failure, blade throw, ice throw, battery fire explosions, structural collapse, high voltage electrical hazards, and inadequate emergency access. Noise and vibration and shadow flicker. This impacts and exceed rural tolerances and disrupt residents' quiet enjoyment of property. Degradation of scenic viewsheds, industrial energy infrastructure significantly alters the county's natural appearance, which is foundation to its tourism, wildlife, and environmental impacts. Large installations disrupt wildlife habitat, migration corridors, watershed function, and soil stability. Decommissioning risks. Nationwide records show insufficient bonding, abandoned equipment, and unfunded reclamation, creating unacceptable long-term taxpayer liability. Incompatibility with rural character and adjacent land uses, wind and solar facilities fundamentally alter the rural environment and do not integrate with residential, agriculture, or tourism-related land uses. Those came from their comprehensive plan. When combined, these risks and impacts render utility-scale wind and solar compatibility with all land uses except industrial zoning districts. Why I say that is someone had just said that it was extremely well-tested. It's a low impact. From what I found about 527 ordinances effectively prohibiting new solar and wind developments through bans and other implementations. There's about 44 states across the United States and about 459 counties that have very strict or zoning limit in utility-sized wind and solar projects. Why I say that, and I also agree, there were some young people that came from Stevens High School and did a very, very good presentation to us. It was probably one of the better presentations I've seen about what happens to ag land when you put these big land use, industrial uses in, or just impacting the ag land through zoning. So for this reason, I believe that, and as you see from about 40 papers up here, I don't believe it's a low impact. I think it's a high impact to ag, it's a high impact to residential. I believe in the distributed, it needs to be, some of that wording and stuff needs to be changed. Believe it or not, I've been here a while. 4/26/17, I was here, we had no idea. We just had to put something out there for the comprehensive plan. 2022 in the ag zoning, at that time, I don't think we understood the full impacts of what was gonna happen. And with the comprehensive plan, it is a suggestion in one sense, but it also, once you see the impacts that we have just talked about with the turbine fall, the wildlife, the scenic view sheds, the tourism, just the battery storage that was never put into the ordinance, that should have been a huge area of health, safety, and welfare, was never put in that ordinance. There's just some areas in there that was missed that I feel that even when we did our first findings, that you can never get it all in there in one sense. And the other, I'm in full fully believe that with all the land uses that we have, that I believe it should be industrial. It does make sense to have a conditional use with that. Remember, because that could lead to different areas on conditional use that we can change. Or for me, when you do the conditional use permit with the county, the conditional I can't talk today, I don't know why, I think I drank too much sugar. The conditional use permit process shall require findings that a proposed facility is compatible with surrounding land uses, does not pose unacceptable fire, safety, environmental, or infrastructure risks, complies with all setback, fire buffer, decommissioning, and financial assurance requirements, and does not conflict with the policies or future land use designations of the 24 comprehensive plan. Approval of conditional use permit shall be discretionary, not presumed, and no variance or waivers shall be permitted. So why I say that is if you want to do an industrial use, make sure it fits in that industrial use, and the conditional use permit should be according to what that conditional use should be put in industrial for, or in this case, heavy industrial use. So as you see, not only this county, but other counties, based on the comprehensive plan, based on the zoning, has changed it. And with 531 signatures and all the work that has been done in the last year or two, you also see on your ordinance, you missed a bunch of stuff in your ordinance that should have been in there in the first place. So it doesn't matter if you take a year or if you started in 2017, it's very hard to include everything that's ever changing, as Mr. Dale says, in the wind and solar technology. So for me, that's kind of where I'm going today, but I like to listen to the other discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hancock.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek, sir.
So what I've heard today is that I think this group realizes that both sides have property rights. I mean, I've heard that. And I've also heard verbiage that would say permanent moratorium. So my question is, where's the compromise there? And that's where I'm concerned. And one of the things I really didn't understand today is that this is a planning commission approved this ordinance amendment. And so I thought the discussion today was we're going to go to that amendment and that ordinance and try to determine if that was strong enough or it needed to be worked on. I didn't hear any really discussion on any part of that ordinance. All I just heard was how bad these things are. I thought we were going to talk about the ordinance and the key points of the ordinance.
Chair.
Hold on, let him finish.
I thought he was.
You done, Commissioner Roskinek? Okay. Anybody else want to speak first?
I will.
Okay, good. Commissioner Hancock, you have the floor.
So I went to the Planning Commission, they just passed it to us. We didn't have a lot of public comment, and a lot of it wasn't read by commissioners or otherwise, so that's why it was passed here, because they knew we had the final decision. The final decision is always made in ordinance or anything else by us. Why you didn't hear any of that is we would continue it to try to find other areas or other public comment areas in the last, couple months that they actually the public, our constituents wanted, so we did not change anything or do anything at that time. Once we learned, or in my case, I shouldn't say we, once I've learned more about solar and wind and what happens with solar and wind, whether it's a comprehensive plan or anything to do with the utility scale, I have learned that industrial is where it belongs, or heavy industrial. So in that case, with reading some of Mr. Durr's comments and in respect to the people that are in the room that like it, for us, for me, it doesn't look compatible with our plan, and if we're going to do it, it should be an industrial. Thank you.
Commissioner Durr, you have the floor, sir.
Tyler?
Hello, Tyler.
So I had a discussion with Tyler yesterday, talking about which I'd asked the planning department, and I'd gone back, and I mean, I've talked about this since before I was on the commission, but it goes back to properly siting, and so we've talked a lot about siting and where these projects could be sited. And before I was on the commission, when Yarltech came up, I talked about at that point in time that we needed a change in our comprehensive plan, and a change in our comprehensive plan that would not allow for a conditional use permit in an agricultural district for large-scale wind and solar. And then actually, you know, I don't know, I asked to have this on the agenda for a change in our comprehensive plan probably about 2 months ago. But anyway, getting into this discussion, and after the commission had this on the last commission meeting, and the one where we discussed this, and then there were two public kind of meetings that were held, one at Canyon Lake Senior Center and then one out at New Underwood, you know, about a week ago tomorrow. Those were not hosted by the commission, but I did sit on the panel at the one up at New Underwood. Representative Liz May kind of chaired that meeting. And there was a discussion with our legislators about, you know, the PUC, and there was a lot of questions that have come up about this, irrespective of the setbacks in this ordinance, but a discussion about the PUC and what authority the state has and whether or not the county should have more local control over what we do on these things. And I know that we had some correspondence from our legal that we have reviewed, and what I talked to Tyler about yesterday was actually like Liz May saying, what do you need from the state? And so, you know, what do you need from the state to have more local control over what you do and how you cite and approve these? And do you want to tee off with the statute?
Sure. Tyler Sobzak, State's Attorney's Office. So essentially, I'll just cut to the chase. My recommendation is against the indefinite moratorium and to regulate this through a comprehensive zoning ordinance, which I believe you have a good draft in front of you right now. That opinion really comes from a preemption theory in regard to the Public Utilities Commission. There's the statute 4941B28, which discusses that a permit for the construction of a transmission facility within a designated area may supersede or preempt any county or municipal land use, zoning, or building rules, regulations, or ordinance upon defining by the PUC that such rules, regulations, ordinance as applied to the route are unreasonably restrictive in view of existing technology, factors, cost, economics, or needs of parties where located in or out of county or municipality. So essentially, with that statutory framework in association with these wind and solar companies, it appears to me that, you know, the commission can ultimately decide where these lines and facilities go irrespective of your local land use ordinances. So, you know, with the finding by the PUC that something potentially could be too restrictive, I think it's important for you to be able to retain some control, not have it so restrictive as to give, you know, the federal designees the line to us, you know, because there's nothing more restrictive than an outright ban. So, you know, although maybe a wind and solar facility in and of itself wouldn't constitute the transmission facility, I think those two things are kind of part and parcel with each other. So I think, you know, the best way for the county to retain control about where these facilities goes is to not enact a ban, but to regulate it through your zoning ordinance. Does that make sense?
Yep, to me. How about you guys?
Yeah, and again, we get into, the discussion about, what the setbacks are, all of those things, and getting back to Mr. Peck's comments about, having the committee and what we went through. And yeah, your previous comments doesn't bother me. So I appreciated your input, in the meetings, and the same with Dale and everybody that was in there. I mean, everybody collectively had a different idea as to what the setback should be, things to put in the ordinance. And not saying that it was going to be a perfect ordinance coming out, and let's just have a debate over, where we're at. And I do agree with Commissioner Hadcock's interpretations of the appropriateness and the citing of this. And in addition to, and I've said it, and I said it last week at the public meeting, that I felt that the Planning Commission, just kind of punted on this. And so, but the good thing is we did change, the fact in this ordinance that the final purveyor of this would go to the commission, not the Planning Commission, who had sole authority on this previously without the board having a vote on this. And so I'm going to go back to what I said, over a year ago, and that is, I do not believe that the proper citing based on our current comprehensive plan is that for allowing a conditional use permit in an agricultural district for utility scale solar and wind. And so I'm recommending, I have kind of written my memorandum here, but I've got remove agricultural zoning districts as eligible locations for utility wind and solar. It's down at the bottom, Kenner. Eliminate conditional use permits for utility wind and solar in ag districts, and limit utility scale wind and solar development to industrial zoning districts. The third one, I believe we could have a conversation on, and that would be, what is an industrial? We have, and this is where I'd like Brittany to come forward. So educate us a little bit. It's been talked about our different zoning districts, but let's talk about the different types of zoning districts that we have in our comprehensive plan, and specifically industrial.
So we have two types of industrial zoning districts. We have a light scale and a heavy industrial districts. Both of them have significant infrastructure requirements. So when we look at rezoning property to these districts, we look at the types of infrastructure that are available in those areas before we recommend to the Planning Commission and the board. In an industrial zoning district, you're looking at significant road improvements and other types of utilities that are available to provide the services needed to actually have the uses that are appropriate in those zoning districts. So when you do rezone properties, those go in front of the Planning Commission and this board, who makes a final decision upon whether or not those types of zoning districts are appropriate in an area. So yes, it goes back to siting. We look at those sites and what's available to support the type of uses that are allowed in those types of zoning districts. So does that answer your question?
All right. And if it's my suggestion, if we wanted to go back and amend our comprehensive plan, what would that process look like?
So an amendment to the comprehensive plan is a fluid document, so it can be changed at any time based on the needs of the community. We just recently did that because of some changes that had happened because of some of the land uses that came up. So this board would essentially direct staff to make changes to the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan would go in front of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission would make a recommendation, and I do believe that this board would approve those changes by a resolution, and there would be public hearings on those recommended changes.
So this is my suggested way forward, is that we look at amending our comprehensive plan. I know there's a push to get this ordinance through and have first reading, second reading, approve, et cetera. I get the timeline aspect of that. But approving this ordinance, even if we make those amendments to setbacks and all of that stuff, as soon as you approve this ordinance, a permit's going to be dropped, and the existing comprehensive plan is going to be the guiding doctrine as we move forward. So I'm looking to fix the comprehensive plan before we approve this ordinance. And Tyler, could you come back? And as a reminder, we do have a year moratorium on solar wind that expires, November of '26?
That's my recollection, is Tyler
Okay.
Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office. Yeah, I believe it expires November 17th, 18th, 19th, somewhere in there. So I don't recall exactly, but I could look at it if you would like.
All right. So based on, what I'm recommending in my memorandum, would you say that a process would be prior to approval of this ordinance in totality that we look at the comprehensive plan?
I mean, if what the commission is looking at doing is moving it into industrial, then I would concur that changes to the comprehensive plan need to be made first. So I hope that answers that question.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Co-chair, after everybody's done speaking. Is everybody, Gary, are you going to speak first?
Mr. Chair.
Gary.
So what is the time frame in conducting amendments to the comprehensive plan?
Could do it today.
Can we?
That would be a Brittany, come back and don't leave again.
Hang out there, Brittany.
So essentially, staff would be directed to make those changes. We would have to do advertising, and then it would be in front of the Planning Commission. They would make their recommendation to the board, but there would be advertising requirements for hearings. So I would probably say at least a couple of months, at least, just because of the advertising requirements.
Does that help your answer, Gary?
Well, no, it doesn't. But here's my concern is that when the moratorium was extended, one of the things that I pointed out at that point in time is that I didn't want to see this go another year. I wanted to see us to be able to come to some resolve early in 2026. And what I'm hearing today is that this whole thing could be delayed and pushed down the road, so it's nearly a year long again before we have something. And I do think that everybody that's involved deserves to know where this ordinance is going to be. And I appreciate Mr. Williams suggesting that we push for a vote on adopting the amendment on it, and I tend to agree with that. Changing the comprehensive plan is not something that I had anticipated or thought would be taking place. So I do have concerns there.
Thank you.
Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
when you say heavy industrial zoning, when I think of heavy industrial, I think of manufacturing, sand, gravel products. And the byproducts of that would be noise and certain types of emission. And from what I heard today, solar field does none of that. And that's why I don't agree with the heavy industrial zoning. I think there should be another zoning that would be specific to these type developments. So, I mean, that's just my 2 cents worth relative to heavy industrial. I don't think that's heavy industrial in my opinion.
Brittany?
If I may, Chair, if we were to do that, we would have to amend the comprehensive plan to add that as another zoning district in our comprehensive plan. So that would require a comprehensive plan amendment if you wanted like a utility type zoning
That would
district.
be my suggestion if we go forward with changing that comprehensive plan.
Either way, we'd have to change it, so, I mean, I think most of them are done in industrial, right? I mean, either way, we'd have to make a change, correct? Okay. So Commissioner Hadcock, did you have something to say?
So a couple of things. I think the motion we could do today is restrict utility scale wind and solar energy facilities to industrial zoning district consistent with the 2040 comprehensive plan. I also think we can adopt the amendment to the county zoning ordinance to restrict utility scale wind and solar facilities and utility scale solar energy facilities to industrial zoning district only, subject to approval of a conditional use permit, and to prohibit such facilities in all other zoning districts. Why I say that is you've been having people wait for months, year, whether it be for or against, to figure out where we're going. And it sounds like, to me, we're going in a way that this is industrial. Whoever doesn't think this is industrial obviously hasn't read the setbacks and the things and why this is industrial through electrical, battery energy storage units, the turbines, what they do, the access roads that it impacts, the meteorological, I can't talk today, meteorological, can't say the word, anyway, towers, repairing wildlife, all the impacts that this does. And if it's not such a big impact, if it's not such a big deal, why are all those counties in 44 states saying it has issues? So why I'm saying that is people have been waiting for what this is, whether they're for or against, and it keeps telling me the same thing. Why are we allowing it in any kind of a zoning district besides industrial? Because it's industrial. Anybody that doesn't think it's industrial better read all the impacts that it has and why those impacts are industrial. So for me to change it to something else, no, I'm on the same page with Mr. Durr with these facilities of industrial district consistent with 2040 plan. That's what it is. The comprehensive, or not the comprehensive plan that moved to the amendment for the county zoning ordinance to restrict utility scale energy facilities and utility scale solar energy facilities to industrial zoning district only. That's pretty easy to do today. Mr. Rosknecht was ready to move forward, and so was their lawyer with that first reading on why it makes that difference, why we have to do amendments, and why we aren't making those amendments today. Well, let's make the amendments, let's move forward, let's do what the community wants. You had 75 people change your mind on a library, not you, us. And we have more than that. We have 531 city and county residents saying, change this so it protects us today. They're not asking for us to wait and wait and wait and guess what we're going to do in the future. We pretty much have it lined out with what we think, what we've said, and what we have determined through over a year's process. And again, I've been involved with this for a while, and it keeps getting more and more impactful of why we don't want it in a certain area in Pennington County. So it's pretty straightforward to me today what we need to do for the citizens. We just did it for the library people to find solution. I think this is a solution that works for us, and we can move forward with it. And I think the liability, based on what Tyler just said, we have to use the 2040 plan and we have to change the zoning. Those two motions that I just said, put both of those into action.
Commissioner Rosknecht, do you want to respond?
My rebuttal is I'm not really saying it's not industrial. I'm just saying I don't think it's heavy industrial.
Okay.
I think that's why we should take our time, go through the, identify a zoning that would be more specific to that in the comprehensive plan.
Dale, you want to come up here? And, you've heard us talking here, and you have a comment?
Yes, I've got a few comments. And you know, I appreciate the fierce opposition, Commissioner Hadcock and Commissioner Durr. I know that y'all's intention is to ban solar completely in the county. I mean, that was what was guided to the county attorney. And while that did not work out, you know, we got the moratorium, you got the moratorium in place. The Planning and Zoning Board did provide their recommendation for approval of this ordinance. And now we are pivoting to Plan B, which is to make this industrial zoned, or required for the utility scale solar facilities to go in industrial zone property. That is death by regulation. There is very minimal industrial zoned property here, and these solar facilities across the country are not required to be an industrial property because they don't meet the traditional requirements of industrial operations. I want to again go over the solar installation, how they're engineered to be removable. Unlike subdivisions and shopping centers, highways, or industrial facilities that involve permanent grading and paving, the construction of solar infrastructure uses driven piles, requiring no concrete foundation across the array field, above ground racking and wiring that are entirely removable, gravel or improved dirt access roads that are easily removed and revegetated. There is no manufacturing process that is going on. There is no smokestacks or air emissions, no hazardous material storage or processing, no heavy traffic during operations. These do not classify these facilities as industrial, and in doing so, it would kill all utility scale development.
Okay, I see where you're going, Dale.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr, since you were mentioned, go ahead.
Yeah, no, just while you're up here, you made a comment at one of the previous meetings about Pennington County has increased our ag land, not lost ag land.
Yes, sir.
Source and where you get the information, and you still stand by it?
I do stand by it. I mean, it was USDA, I believe. I can provide you the sources, but it was from 2012 to 2017, and then 2017 to 2022, if I remember correctly.
So we had 4 FFA kids here. You ought to go back and look at the presentation from our previous meeting. It was pretty good. And I actually, questioned them on that, and their answer is no. They talked about, and you heard that today, I think 13 acres. I don't know if it was every second or wherever it was, we're losing ag land. But both sides of my family homesteaded in Pennington County. And many of the properties that were in my family's ranches and farms are now no longer in ag producing. They're residential, they're commercial, whatever the case may be. And so anybody that's lived in Pennington County and been raised here knows that we've lost ag land, we've not increased ag land. And so that is one of the things when we talk about, like was mentioned earlier about, the native grasslands and that type of stuff. And, 90% of the ecosystem of the prairie is underground. It's not on top of the ground. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the big concerns about the, and again, it's been referenced as farms. It's not farms, it's an energy plant. And so if you just say energy plant, that leads you toward the mindset of industrial somewhere in that discussion. And so those are just my comments. I don't know where you got the data from, but I can tell you from personal experience, and you should go look at the presentation those FFA kids put together. It was great. But Pennington County has not gained ag land.
So if I had internet, I would look up the study for you. But I do feel pretty confident I can provide that to you. And I would like to talk about below ground, how agricultural land is a lot about the soil. And when you are ranching it and farming it, it is hard on the land. And one of the benefits, and I'm happy to submit this study to you, is solar facilities give the land time to breathe. It actually reduces the thermal load on the soil, and they've shown that the microbiome increases over time. So when you remove this facility from the land, it is going to return back to better agricultural land.
All right, thanks, Dale.
And
got it right this time, right, Dale? Okay.
I would like to say the conditional use
and I'm not
permits-
going to get into a back and forth. I mean, I know there's going to be some disagreements, and but about everything here, and I guess I'm gonna weigh in on my 2 cents, and because your attorney brought up comprehensive plan, our attorney brought up the PUC, and from my experience with, I haven't been on the commission in a long time. I've been on here for almost a year now, and fortunately I got to be the chair, which I'm having a lot of fun with. And you guys seen the library earlier. Just so you all know, I've never read an entire book in my whole life, and I have an MBA and a CPA. But when we talk about the comprehensive plan, there's something that people have to know in strategizing and development of a community. Development of a community and strategy of a community bases a lot of their decision-making process on a comprehensive plan. Over the years when I was at the city, and people would say, well, let's just take the Walmart, for instance. They built this Walmart in Southside, and people like, hey, people that live there, they've seen the land go in from a vacant land to a big commercial building, and in between, those people had their zoning changed away from the comprehensive plan. They changed it to single-family dwelling from multi-family dwelling. So now they're living in houses right next to a commercial spot. And then they can't understand why they can't do anything about it. Okay? The comprehensive plan plays a big role. I don't care if anybody can discount it the way they want. The PUC can discount it. the Supreme Court can discount it, whoever can discount it. I've been on both sides and all sides, and one thing that they always do look at is the comprehensive plan. The people that are ranchers and farmers in our community typically buy those ranches and farms because the comprehensive plan says this is going to be an agricultural district. I've spent days and nights looking at this comprehensive plan, looking at what would compel me to buy land in eastern South Dakota. And if I was an outsider buying land in eastern South Dakota, I would pull up this comprehensive plan and say, I'd look at it and it says it's entirely agricultural. Assuming and reading all the different, and I know the lawyer read one, but but one thing you missed there was the fact that what you were reading out of was a residential, when they have a residential area, basically they were building, if they were going to build a development in a residential area, they would promote wind and solar as an alternative measure. But I can just read you, because I read this comprehensive plan and I read it, and I'm like, man, I just don't see, if I bought land from Mr. whatever, I know you just purchased this land out there, I would have the expectation that it would stay agriculture. This commission has a duty to protect the citizens. Going back and forth on this, wind, solar, I don't care. Library stuff, I don't care. But when you come down to what do the people expect in this area, what do these ranchers expect? I think they expect that this is agriculture and that the commission here is challenged to make a commitment to their comprehensive plan. I understand it could be challenged by the PUC, it could be challenged by the Supreme Court. I've been on both sides of that, chances versus the city of Rapid City when they made a discussion about, use on review. Use on review always comes down to all these criteria, and when you meet all the criteria and then the council or the commission says, we don't like it. That's not a fair thing to do. It was a 9-1 vote, went to Supreme Court overturns it. And one of the reasons they overturned it was because they had a neighborhood there and they were putting a casino on 5th Street, Chance's Casino. Erickson's owned it, Troy, Erickson, and MG Oil. And so they sued the city to have it placed there. And one of the reasons that they won the lawsuit was the simple fact that nobody in that community cared if there was a casino there. So I guess what I'm going to, and I'm making these decisions as we move forward, whatever we do today here, because I've been trying to figure out ways to make it make sense. And for me, the only thing right now that makes sense is that we abide by what we promised the people in the community, that we abide by the fact that we have a comprehensive plan, we're gonna stick to it. I can't tell you what the people did before me, but I know there's a lot of things that they did that I probably wouldn't do. I wouldn't put little tiny houses in an area that was planned to have ranchettes and acreages. So I think viewing this, trying to come up with a conclusion that makes sense, I'm gonna be hard pressed to go outside of how I interpret this comprehensive plan. I guess if somebody else, if the PUC wants to step in, come in and take my job, they can have it. I'm not gonna be held to something that may or may not happen. If the court system wants to come in and make a decision above and beyond the comprehensive plan, I guess I'm on all for it. And so I just think that we have to look at this and see how would solar farms at that scale. Solar plant, it's not a farm, but it's a plan, I get it. Whatever a farm plan, I'm not gonna get caught up in semantics. Like I said, I've never read a book, so I'm not highly, but the fact is that I wanna bring this to rest at some point. I'm ready to allow this to go into industrial with some requirements.
Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So why I think we should do the motion and the amendment
I'll let you
zoning
talk
is because this motion is based upon consistent with county adopted 2040 comprehensive plan, including its goals and policies to protect public health, safety, preserve agricultural lands, scenic viewsheds, wildlife habitat, and natural resource, limit the expansion of industrial scale uses into the rural and agricultural areas, ensure land use compatibility, and direct heavy industrial uses to appropriately zoned industrial areas with adequate infrastructure and emergency response capacity. Why play the game anymore? Why not move it forward so when the Planning Commission or the Planning Department changes, that we are thinking, if we have 3 votes today, put that motion forward to restrict utility scale wind solar energies to the industrial zoning district consistent with the 2040 comprehensive plan, and to move and adopt an amendment to the county zoning ordinance to restrict utility wind and solar facilities and utility scale energy facilities to industrial zoning only, subject to approval of a conditional use permit, and to prohibit such facilities in all zoning districts. I think that's where some of us are going. Sounds like at least 3 of us. And if we're going to move forward, that's a good direction for the staff to move forward in a way that changes both the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance, so we have a clear picture of how we're moving forward, not only for the staff, but also for the constituents that put their time and community into this, as well as commissioners. Thank you.
I think that, Richard, I want to give you a chance to talk because you came forward, you have something to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to point out that under the 2040 plan, if you look at the future use map on 3-15, you can see what those future land designations are there. And if the commission's saying that this is going to go to heavy industrial, I'm looking at this map.
Yeah, they didn't say heavy industrial. Industrial.
Or let's just say it's either light industrial, heavy industrial, how it's categorized here. Your heavy industrial is limited in, when I'm looking at this, it's hard to find. You can't find any other place on here other than the land out by Sturgis Road there between the interstate, and that's already Pete Lean's mine. So essentially, if you're looking at this and you're saying it's a light industrial, heavy industrial, that's effectively a complete ban on solar in this county.
Here, can I answer him?
No, hold on a second.
And
go ahead.
Moving on from there, if that's the case, and your counsel before was talking about the problems with complete bans, this is effectively a complete ban. So then you move on from that and you say, well, okay, then maybe we have to amend the comprehensive plan to put in other locations for industrial. Then you've got to go back, so you change the comprehensive plan, you build from that, you got to amend the underlying ordinances, then you've got to amend the ordinances to deal with solar. So we're no longer talking about a 2-month deal for the comprehensive plan, because that has to be done first. Then you amend all the other ordinances that go forward, and then you talk about amending the solar. So we're not looking at a 2-month thing here, even if that was the plan. But if the plan is simply to restrict it into industrial as under the 2040 plan, that's going to effectuate a ban in practicality.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So to answer that, if you look at the cities, they have some heavy industrial and uses for light industrial as well that might fit your criteria that you're talking about. That might work. Also, it's not like we're trying to ban it in one sense, but we're also following our comprehensive plan. I'll keep saying it. And it is an industrial use from what I've seen. I don't know if it's heavy or light at this time. I have to look into it a little bit clearer, but it says in some of this, again, the facilities to industrial zoning districts consistent with 2040 plan. I didn't say heavy industrial. So at that point, I believe it's a way of not banning it, but like you said, you have to legally do it by, and you know that, you're a lawyer, you have to do it by using the zoning district, which is industrial, sir, and you have to do it by a comprehensive plan that we both know, based on the commissioners, we can do to make it so solar and wind facilities at this time are legally where they need to be in our comprehensive plan in our zoning district, sir. Thank you.
Hey, Tyler, can you come forward? Tyler? I just want to ask you the question on which order do you see this happening? Because if there needs to be a change to the comprehensive plan first, or does there need to be, are we making a motion to do both, or what are we doing here?
So, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. My question was going to be kind of related to yours, but it's going to be based on how this is agended today.
Yeah.
What action can the board take?
I think at most the action, with how you had it advertised, and I'd have to look at it again, but I think you only had the first public reading up for a motion. So I think if what you are thinking is moving this to industrial, I think you need to have some sort of direction to the planning department to make changes to their comprehensive plan first before the first reading of this ordinance is done, so that you can tie that new comp plan into the ordinance. Now, as to what you have agenda'd today, I don't have that right in front of me, but I believe all you. Oh, right there, okay. So it looks like you have. Bans off the board. Requesting.
That's it right there, public hearing of ordinance amendment to amend section 317.
And this is the difference is we did not say, as advertised that this was first reading. Hence, that's why we're being asked to push it as a first reading.
Yep, all you've got right here, and thank you, Mr. Williams, is right here on subsection B is the public hearing. So the next move will have to come at the next meeting then.
Okay.
So
So anything we do now is not happening.
Actually.
Well, I'm talking to Tyler. Tyler, go ahead.
Right, I think all you have right before you is the subsection B right now regarding the first hearing. So, I mean, you can continue the first hearing until a later date for the comp plan to catch up with the ordinance. I mean, I think that there's a couple ways to skin this cat, but go ahead, Commissioner Hadcock.
So from being on Planning Commission, starting from city to here, if you're going to make changes, it's always at first reading unless you have some major changes, which we will have on second reading. So we have the setbacks, we have whatever's in industrial. So you want to move forward in a way that actually gives direction to the staff, which is a motion, for me anyway, to change facilities to industrial use consistent with 2040 plan, motion to restrict them, utility, wind and solar in energy facilities in industrial zoning district consistent with 2040 plan. Then you want them to know that if we're going to change that plan, right, that plan is going to go in with the comprehensive plan so they know where to change it. It'd be in the zoning. So those two are consistent, and how that would change would come forth in the second reading of what we're thinking through industrial, because the only thing you're going to be changing, unless we do distributed on the second reading, is change how some of the distributed that was concerns needs to be changed. And same with if the vote's going to be today, 3-2 or 4-2 or whatever, 4-1, then you want to make sure you're giving clear direction to the staff, and that's what they have told me before. And when you're moving forward, again, it's always in first reading. So if the motion to do the 2040 is changed and the amendment to do it in what am I trying to say? I'm giving myself a headache.
Well, my concern,
zoning
Commissioner,
district.
My concern is that we don't have a prepared resolution or ordinance for you to get the comprehensive changes made until the next meeting, because that's not been drafted. And although I'm completely listening to what you're saying, that's just my main concern.
So you have to have the direction from somewhere to change it, and then you change it based on the amendment or the change in the comprehensive plan. I guess you could go through. You're right. You probably could make that direction that we'd like to change. The comprehensive plan, the direction that we'd like to amend the zoning district, give that, and then do a first reading. But you want some kind of motion or some kind of direction if that's where we're going.
Right, yeah, that's.
So I think we're on the same page now.
So it would be fair to say that we would just continue this item?
I think continue this item and give some direction.
Because there's some other things that we need to change in there when it comes to people's houses. I mean, if they can't put a canopy on their house, stuff like that, that's crazy. So,
Ron, this will be my direction if I could make a motion to it for the staff.
To draw up, you can want them to draw up a proposal to.
You have to make a motion.
That way it gives everybody notice that this is what we're looking at.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
So several meetings ago, I had suggested we separate wind and solar. I still think that should be done from the standpoint that from the contacts that I've had, there's a lot less appeal for wind than there is for solar.
So, Tyler, how would that work? I mean, if we continue this one and, I mean, we want to separate the two, because there was some confusion today on having both of them together.
Well, I think, you're on your first reading. I mean, you could, again, give, a motion to prepare a new, but that's going to take a lot of time, and we need to really think about the timeline of that. If you are going to split up wind, I'm just going to use an example, I guess. If wind is going in industrial and solar is remaining in agriculture, then there are some things with the setbacks and everything else that we're essentially duplicating the ordinance twice then. We're going to have a solar provision and a wind provision then. And that's going to take some time, and we're still going to need the comp changes either way in regard to this hypothetical at least. That, the industrial or the ag portion for wind will still need to be altered
So if we
regardless.
want to make some changes and change the first reading of this ordinance down there, we still have an opportunity to change the first reading to make sure, because then people could make
Fair.
changes after that. Is that
Well,
correct?
it's like Mr. Williams said earlier, every time you make a change, the first reading clock restarts.
So Chair, if I could, I'd like to direct the staff to restrict utility scale wind and solar facilities to the industrial zoning district consistent with the 2040 plan, comprehensive plan.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. A motion and a
Second for discussion, I'd like Brittany to come up.
Okay. Brittany, you want to come up?
Okay. Help you move this forward.
Okay. So right now, what's on the agenda is the ordinance amendment. If you want to make changes to the ordinance as it's written right now, which Commissioner Hadcock made a motion to only allow it in industrial districts, we can do that based on the information that's in the zoning ordinance. So we can do that, and then it'll have to start over again in the process to look at. And the other request would be to, on the next board meeting, to have a resolution to have us amend our comprehensive plan to meet whatever the requirements that this board wants to have, whether it's to move it to having them just an industrial district or to create a utility district, or like Commissioner Ross Connect had recommended. So. Right, but the resolution or the requirement would have to be at the next meeting because it wasn't noticed.
Yeah. That's a motion.
So, Mr. Chair, I certainly am going to have to oppose the motion that's on the floor because effectively I think that what it's doing is totally killing it. And I think everybody should have that opportunity to bring their ideas and their applications before this board without having something like this just basically banned.
And we'll have a. Brittany just disappeared. Well, we have the motion, so the motion will allow for. We're just directing staff to draw it up. We're not approving anything to happen. So we'll have another conversation about moving it to industrial. Is that correct, Brittany?
Okay, Brittany and Tyler, I'm going to draw an X in front, and you can't leave until told.
So the motion that Commissioner Hadcock made, we can still make those recommended changes. If the motion passes, we can still make those changes in the ordinance amendment as it is right now. It's just, you're not approving anything, you're just asking for those changes to be made in the ordinance amendment. Correct. Oh, yeah.
It's on.
Yes, we're talking.
And then the next.
Voice is wearing out.
And then the next item would be to have, we would put something on the agenda for the next meeting to direct staff to amend the comprehensive plan.
Does that make more sense, Gary?
I still don't like it.
Okay. No, I understand that part.
That's
Yeah.
Okay,
I got a question for Brittany.
do not move.
Okay.
Brittany, if we vote on this motion and it passes, basically, the way I understand it is death on denial, right? I mean, is that what it is?
It's just allowing these types of uses in a particular zoning district.
I would like, is it Matthew? I'd like to have him give his opinion if we approve this motion, what it's doing.
You mean
So
Dale?
that we're really clear.
His name's Dave.
I don't want it, Mr. Chair.
Call the question.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I don't want an opinion from anybody other than, on a legal opinion, anybody other than our attorney.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't think he's given a legal opinion, right? You just given your own opinion on it?
Yes, sir.
I think he at least deserves that. Go ahead. Make it quick and summarize it for us.
This kills 99% of any potential projects, and would be death by overregulation.
Okay.
And yeah, it is the one thing that, it's the one thing they saw as a way to kill this.
Okay.
And they were smart about it, and I do appreciate that. You weren't able to get the full ban, so you're going inherently for the next best bet.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a substitute motion.
Okay, substitute motion.
That's to continue this. I think there's got to be more thought. I'm not ready to just do a.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
A motion and a second to continue.
To continue to when?
Second meeting in January.
That's fine.
So you want to take a roll call vote, or you just want to, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
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 So 3-2.
What was,
So I'm going to call the question.
Substitute motion fails, so it goes back to the original motion.
I'll call the question
All right, let's,
for the vote.
all in favor say, okay, we're going back to the original motion, which is to direct staff to move, to write,
Restrict utility scale wind and solar energy facilities to industrial zoning district consistent with the 2040 comprehensive plan.
did you get that, Kara?
God damn.
Okay, slow down a little bit so she can get that.
Okay,
Okay,
just a motion.
perfect. So let's vote on that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
So let's do a roll call, because I think there was 2,
3-2.
but I want to do a roll call.
Durr, mine's not on. So Durr,
Aye.
Drews,
No.
Hadcock,
Aye.
Rosknecht,
nay?
Whitenbach.
Aye. Motion carries 3-2. So we'll move on.
So Chair.
No,
can
we
I-
have to, now we have to move on with this.
Well, do we have to,
We need to direct
adopt the
staff.
amendment, to draft the amendment as well?
May I interject, actually,
No.
Commission? So on that, you just took that vote. When would you, I think it might be best for specificity's sake, when would you like to see that draft come back to you?
Yeah, because this is a recommended to the draft. We're not approving the ordinance.
Okay, we're
So-
not, and we don't want the amendment to the zoning district changed either, to direct staff to do that?
That's a separate, which is next after we clear this up.
All right. This has got to be cleared up first.
So I would say come back to the second meeting in January.
Yep. Second meeting in January.
Correct.
Okay. So now we do some house cleaning here. Where are we at?
Yeah. Do we need a motion, or can we just do this by just consensus?
So we have to,
We're asking Brittany if you want to come up.
How long is it going to take you?
Okay. Did your mother ever put you in a corner when you were a
No.
kid?
No.
Okay. It shows.
okay.
So what do you need from us to get direction from us to make changes to the comprehensive plan?
I don't think that it needs to be a motion. I just think it needs to be a consensus because it'll be on the next agenda, and then
All right.
that'll be the motion.
I believe you have the consensus.
So now we have to dispose of or continue, am I right, Tyler, here, that we have to continue this first reading to the second week in January too? So do we get a motion on that?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Hadcock and a second from Durr to move the first reading of the ordinance to January, the second meeting in January 20th. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. So now we're moving on to item number 16, is that correct?
We are on, where are we at?
16, didn't we do 16 items?
Yeah,
Where are
we
past
did.
that?
We didn't do 16 yet?
We're on 18.
Okay. And Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I'm going to step out. I've got a meeting with the sheriff and emergency manager and some staff, and so I'm going to step out of the meeting.
Okay.
So we have 18. We're on 18.
18, so it's just an update from the commissioners? Okay. so-
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
we're on 17.
17.
Are we on?
Items from Commissioner.
Oh, I apologize, Ron, I did that. It's agreement to extend contract for indigent and legal representation. Move to authorize the chair to sign the agreement to extend the contract for indigent legal representation with Dakota Plains Legal Services as presented. This is my motion.
Yep, I'll second that motion. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Move on to item B. Was that, which one did you do there? Yeah, we need to do A now.
A. I did B.
Yeah, so we need to do A. Contingency transfers, Jordan, Commission Officer. Kenner, do you know anything about these?
Yeah, so that was, instead of a budget supplement, we weren't entirely sure of what we needed for the commission budget with the change in staff and the new position that was added, as well as the high bond board docs subscription. And so instead of a budget supplement, we did have the money in contingency.
Right.
And so it'd be a transfer of the $53,728.
Okay.
So move to approve Resolution 25-C1 to authorize 2025 transfers from contingency in the amount of $53,728. Item 17A.
I'll second that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. So we move on to 18, updates for commissioners. Gary, do you have any updates you want to talk about?
Oh, I really don't, because everything here, I didn't make it to the Care Campus Advisory Board meeting, so.
Okay, that's fine.
The others,
Okay.
the one thing I might mention about the WIR steering committee is that spent a lot of time the last couple of months working with Congress trying to get the SRS funding, the secure school funding through, which is for roads and schools within the public lands. And so Pennington County has always been a recipient of those dollars. And the Senate, U.S. Senate had passed this back in June approving it because we didn't get any payment in 24 or in 25. And so the House did last week pass that. And so we should be receiving some funds, and I don't know what that total dollar amount is, but we should be receiving some for both 24, 25, and then it's approved also for 26.
Oh, okay, so they may pay us back for 24?
Right.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's awesome. Okay, Commissioner Roskinick, do you have anything?
I did attend a Pennington County Council of Aging, and we're still trying to deal with the process is going in front of the commission, asking for funding for various entities. We're going to meet, I think, with Jordan on the 8th of January and try to dial that in. And then if there's more than one request, what we're trying to do is bring everybody to one meeting so we just get it done at one meeting.
Perfect. They should just take your advice for aging, go fishing at the dam.
What's that?
They should take your advice for aging, and that's go fishing at the dam.
Well, that's one idea. Then I went to attended the South Dakota Association of County Officials. That was in Pierre, and I think the main thing that we talked about, other than just normal business, would be the governor's the 19 proposals that the summer study produced, and some of those I think failed, and then the governor's got an idea out there, and so we, I think the consensus was that of the 19, I don't think there's a lot, I don't see them really meeting the goal of lowering people's property taxes. They did a lot of different things. I think the governor's idea of the half-cent sales tax at the discretion of the counties, I think that one is the one that we looked at more favorably. And then 2 days later, I went to Bill Fuchs for the Black Hills Association of County Officials, and there again, Randy Dybert was the guest speaker, and he explained each one of those 19 proposals. And there again, I don't think any of those are going to cure the solution. I think Randy is going to support the governor's idea of the half-cent sales tax. And then I think Tim Goodwin will have something out there again, but.
Yeah, I think I heard the governor say that there wasn't one of those proposals that he.
Well, there's three ways you can lower people's property taxes. One would be lower the county budget.
Yep.
One would be shifting the burden to ag or other, and the other one's find another source of revenue, and that's what the governor's proposing.
Well, the sales tax one makes complete sense because we're growing and growing and growing and just the cost of everything going forward. So Deb, do you have anything?
Yeah, the Fire Service Board, we had a Christmas party, and that was lots of fun. We also have a new county assistant fire administrator, is Maria's, and I don't forgot her last name. She was in the auditor's office before, but she likes public service. She likes a little bit of working with the firemen and the public service that they do, or the volunteer fire departments. She's doing a wonderful job. We had a wonderful party for all the fire service guys that have put their time and energy in, something we do every year. And then the fairgrounds Christmas party, thank you to all the staff and how generous they were, and how it's always a fun time for the ag community to come together in their Christmas party for their board, and just areas they give us on information and stuff with Ron Jeffries and his staff. He also Ron Jeffries takes very good care of his volunteers, which I appreciate as well. They put their time and effort in for free. So thank you to the fairgrounds and everything they do for us.
Mr. Chair, I might add that we're working with Hill City just to let them know what would be involved if they want to get a vehicle registration kiosk. Yep. And so Annette and myself will be at their next council meeting next Monday, and that's a state-owned machine, or the state's heavily involved in the process. So Annette's just basically going to explain to those folks in attendance and the city council itself what it would take to get a kiosk in Hill City.
Yeah, I appreciate that because we need to get a kiosk here too. And then the one thing I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit talk to you about, I've had a meeting with Jason Culberson, and the Rapid City Fire Department has been providing, they are an enterprise fund, and in the past they've been functioning off of the amount of money that they're collecting from the ambulance drives or whatever, and now the numbers are down, so they're short about $2 million. So they're going to be going back to the city to look for more funding, but they're also going to come to the other entities that they're providing services for, so we can figure out how that looks going forward. Because I know Wall, I think Commissioner Drews mentioned something to me about Wall. We'll work together to see what we can figure out makes the most sense, and so it might have to be added to our, to the property tax levies. And I think, so that's going to be coming up. If you hear anything about that, it's just a matter of fact that they're just not collecting money. I think Commissioner Drews talked about Wall having the same problems, that the insurance companies and the Medicaid just aren't paying out what people are collecting, so there's an issue. So do we have an executive session on here?
Yes, SDCL.
Oh, okay, so let's do that.
So motion to go into executive session, SDCL 1-25-2.
And that's regarding personnel, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So that's the motion on the floor. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. I'm the second, sorry.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
A motion and a second, come on out of executive session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're out of executive session.
Move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn. Second from Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.